Hey, we love that umbrella guy. All right. Thank you.
I'm calling from Los Angeles, and I'm having a little problem under the name ThATuMBRELLAgUY. I sent him my phone number at least 20 times in the chat and told him to call me. He ignored me. I'm a man. I filed the report. If you guys could take a look at it and give me a call back, I would love to hear what you guys can do to help us. We really need to kind of stop this guy at least until Monday. I told him to call me. I'm a man.
You know what? I talk to your mayor.
Welcome to the hat rack. Welcome to the hat rack. Welcome to the hat rack. Paging army of one. Flexing his limp, out of be a pimp. Digital wrecking ball, meet yet another dog mass simp. Arrested, more weird missions of admitted guilt. Barrels of tea just begging to be spilt. Scams, you mean there were lots of signs? You posted a few but can't read between the lines. Fraud and extortion, vast conspiracies. Off a 10K pushed by a set of fleas. It's that umbrella guy getting masked up. Loading the laugh track, gotta get tasked up. Convicts can't set the precedents. Listen and believe just isn't evidence. Rigging cameras on remote control. Defying orders, what a state of goal. Pretending truth is a conspiracy while you're recruiting instability. What you doing, we know you know no. All because you can't get our own show. So you buy someone that's convicted of every lie you've ever depicted.
To quote the judge, he abused his status as a lawyer and conspired to commit fraud and extortion, pled guilty to wire fraud conspiracy, engaged in witness tampering, provided evidence to third parties in violation of a court order, created fake Facebook accounts and used them to disseminate information.
He also allegedly tried to pay and dance to the falsely report essay by the Staten Island district attorney, falsified Facebook and Twitter business records,
Leaked wiretaps,
used threats to collect a legal debt purportedly owed by a co-conspirator, sent a threatening letter to his wife he believed was cooperating with the government, distributed discovery materials, and my favorite was ordered to pay $55.99 in restitution, forfeit $130,000 unfunded, and was sentenced to 48 months incarceration.
there it is, so you don't get it all twisted. That's a mic drop in case you missed. Just another case of wow, you fail while going after Jeremy Hales.
Hey, what's up, folks? How's it going today, kids? Man, I put on a paint chips beginning because I thought that would actually link into what we're talking about. I noticed something new and fun that was attached to all of that. By the way, just a note with that as well. Did you know that this might make you laugh a little bit on the fun side of this? I put a post up talking about this the other day, but this has gotten even better now. So if you saw part one of this and thought it was kind of fascinating. Well, this is actually going to get a lot more interesting. Did you know that Paint Chips is suing somebody? Yeah. Now, if you're wondering why I'm going to bring this up, by the way, this is part of title that we brought up there. This has to do with police, but it's a lot more interesting too because of what he's suing for. You know, because surely, if he had a lawsuit, surely it wouldn't wreck every talking point that he's done so far, right? And yet it does. It absolutely does. Oh my God. I mean, there's so much funny stuff that has been coming up as late. And again, there's nothing funny about what these people are doing, but it is funny to see exactly what has been going on with this. So give me 1 second. I got to call for a quick. Man, this weather is nasty. So check this out. I want to point this out before we start goofing off and doing everything. So we have Paint Chips. Like I said, he's involved in litigation. He actually, if you haven't heard anything about this, Paint Chips, he was part of, let's just say he is accused by someone of being part of a stalking campaign, essentially, going after this person, defaming them, deriding them, trying to go after their family and more. Well, as part of that, this person had made some statements about them. And, Paint Chips decided that when this person sued them as part of a countersuit, this is going to get a little confusing there on that. The way this goes is this TikToker / YouTuber, he's primarily a TikToker. TikToker puts out a video. We'll say it's a quote unquote Karen video. Okay. Kind of points out terrible behavior, but that's the kind of video it is, a quote unquote Karen video. Apologies to anybody named Karen out there. I kind of hate that for you. But when he does that, these people sue him. Okay. So he countersues. In part of the countersuit, it claims that amongst other people, Paint Chips had been involved in stalking him and his family, his kids. Well, guess what? Paint Chips has actually mentioned this, by the way, in a stream. Paint Chips said, oh man, this guy, something that he said, it's absolutely destructive. It destroys everything. And let's see what that is. So he's wanting to sue for damages of libel per se, prima facie tort. He's asking for relief under the Florida anti-SLAPP statute. And he looks and he says, look at this. There is no accusation more heinous under the law than that of being called a PDF file. The charge alone, whether true or not, carries with it the irreversible stain of moral depravity, public revulsion, and professional exile. Unlike other crimes, the mere allegation of child SA elicits immediate societal, my brain for a minute, I was like, societal condemnation before any inquiry into the facts. Now, that's fascinating to me because this guy here has joined up with people and has done live streams and more going after a Mr. Jeremy Hales. Now, what is Mr. Jeremy Hales suing people over? Oh, he's suing people for calling him a PDF file. That's part of it, So it's really interesting to me to find out that this guy, he decided to sue over that. Isn't it interesting? They say that's not such a big deal. That's what the ecosystem stacks up on, right? They do all of these live streams. They attack his life, his livelihood, his businesses, and more. And yet Paint Chips, when he says that he was called that thing, by the way, in a live stream, or not a live stream, but in a video, he thought it was so morally reprehensible. They needed to sue for millions of dollars. Isn't that interesting? It's going to get more interesting too. Because what if I were to tell you he didn't just sue, which was part of that. Maybe you saw that, but there's another piece of that too. Like he went to the popo. It's actually part of the record of the thing that he's in. He filed. That's right. He filed saying, oh, you know what? This person called me a PDF file. Oh my God. So it was so bad for him, according to him, just the mere utterance of him possibly being this thing, that he not only needs to sue someone over it, but he must go to the police and get it shut down. Isn't that fascinating? Meanwhile, while that's going on, and we'll come back to this, you have this insane attack. Now, I want to show you something funny about this stuff too. This insane attack, how crazy these people are. Okay, so you have him and his partner there, Darth Touch. They pump out these ridiculous articles. I mean, they are absolutely redonkulous articles. And as part of those redonkulous articles, you have, let's pull this up right here. I want to show you something about this. This is fascinating. It has nothing to do with the article, but I want to show you this from an archive page in case they decide to take something down. This was pointed out by Just J Hip and crew. Those folks, Rogue Mama, all of them, man, love to all of you there. But they pointed out this little dilly that comes up in this new article. Now, it's not the articles like blah, blah. The article could be written by well, let's just say content wise, you wouldn't want a third grader writing about it, but this writing style could be a third grader. But where it really gets interesting when you start flowing into the comments, because when you start looking into the comments, you notice something that says there's something questionable going on. Like this account. And this account, by the way, is going to be the same as another account I'm going to show you. You can see this account commenting here, right? Looking like just, hey, I'm a commenter on that. You would say, like if I said, who is Nice Guy? You wouldn't be able to tell me who they are specifically, but you would say they aren't the person that originated this article, right? I mean, that would make sense when you look at it, the way they're commenting. Oh man, they're commenting saying, oh, well, Frank, who is another name, the actual host site uses that name. Hey, where is old Megalodonus Foe? You would think that's an outsider, right? Wouldn't be one of these main people. Well, interestingly, though, when you roll down through here, you find Nice Guy again. Now, well, it's the same account, like I said, because it clicks to the same relink. And just check this out. You have an anonymous account saying, that's very well written. Get the truth out there. And then Nice Guy replies, I try to do my best. Thank you. Now, if you were to read that, who would you say controls that account? Would you say that that's just a random account out there that's commenting on the article saying, hey, good job, Megalodonus Foe and all of that? Of course not. Of course not. What you would be saying is that's a sock account. It's being controlled by the people who wrote the article. They forgot to sign out of it. So these commenters, all of this supposed support here, yeah, sock accounts. Now, again, I'm not saying exactly who runs it, but I do find this to be a fascinating little dilly, like another little portion that you can flip to. One of the people that's attached to this crew, a certain Paint Chips, when they got in trouble back when, for election interference, one of the things that they were doing was creating fake or sock puppet accounts. That way they could go out and malign someone. That, by the way, there is, interestingly, Chizzy found a really, really interesting, I think it was 2010 14, if I'm not mistaken, court order. And when this court order, it was talking about people, again, creating fake accounts to do damage. And it 100% lays the foundation for somebody to, number one, have a real problem with that. Number two, to get sanctions and more because of it. To also, number three, have court rulings against them. You know, they may get hit for fines and a lot more on top of that. And that wasn't even somebody who's done it in the past and been convicted as part of that. That's interesting, isn't it? You can see this happening a lot when it comes to these specific people. They have a lot of sock puppet accounts. Isn't that fascinating? Let me take my meds real quick here. My time is rolled up. Let's see. It's almost 7:30. Yeah. 1 second. These are gross. Give me 1 minute. Oh, I took a nap before this, so I'm like, oh. All right, give me a minute there. But isn't that interesting? I mean, you have all these, when you have all of these comments in here, you have to wonder, are any of these people real? You know, because again, I'm not saying any of them are or aren't. What I'm saying, though, is when I look at things like Substack and their articles that are planted there, I'll notice that when you go through and you start looking up accounts, that a lot of these accounts, even ones that seem to be mentioned by Tim, many of them just dead end into nothing, dead air. And that's kind of disturbing in and of itself when you think that these people have done multiple, and when I say multiple, I'm talking about multiple fundraisers, and they tell people that making so much money, you know, bringing in so much money, that will get them to, let me see if I have the link to that. I don't know if I still have the link pulled up on it. They have, I think it's 20 or so fundraisers. And if you go in, here it is. Give me 1 second. Let me I'm going to send myself the link. Yeah. So it's 20 posted fundraisers. Now imagine they decided to write an article about Megan Fox and her advocacy. You know, talking about, oh my God, her and money. Oh my God, she's always doing this. So I find it really interesting that in order to cover cases, they ask for money. They ask for it beforehand, by the way, it looks like. In fact, the way that I understood their involvement in the Hales case, before they got really butthurt, and now they've stuck around a little more, you know, because they hope that people will give them some of that moolah, I'm sure, some of those greenbacks. But if you look at the profile for Go Get Funding, check this out. Isn't this wild here? So look at this. I'm actually going to bring it up today. Why not? Who cares? So on Go Get Funding, check this out. Look how many fundings there have been. Oh, if you want me to be involved here, look. We're gonna have to bring this up beforehand. And look, now I get like documents and more, wanted to pull them, but look, before this case, before their involvement, they would try to raise things like $300, and it wouldn't happen. I mean, look at that. $10 raised, $0 raised, $0 raised, 10, 130. Oh man, there's a couple of 300s out of. You know, at 6%, so those are stalled out. Oh, there's one that made it to 600. That, you know, here's another. Here's one. What is that? Oh, it's frozen at 700. That's about Preston, Cook, Hales. $700. If you look through the donor list, that's interesting too. It's a lot of the same offenders, but I don't think some of the other folks that got involved. I want to show you something on that, by the way. We have discussed it before, but why not? Let's actually let's actually talk about what this means, what the campaign story is, you know, trying to get money off of it. Because again, we're not talking about covering something and saying, hey, if you know you like content or whatever. Again, we do that for sure. But what we haven't done is say, if you want us to cover this, if you'd like us to talk about it, check this out. I want to read this to you because it's nuts. It's nuts. I like how the site tries to pressure me, by the way, every 10 seconds to give money. Yeah. It's like, you need to give me monies. Look at this. This is wild here. So in this, they pull up a video and say, oh, you know, BBB comes on for 45 minutes representing Cook Preston in a lawsuit. They are defending against Jeremy Hales. Huh. Okay. This lawsuit, which is gripped YouTube. Lots of people are covering it, but the coverage is largely in teams. Hales, Preston, Cook. No objective, but they're going to be objective. Now let's see what you get with I'm going to offer my services. Huh, okay. For every $300 raised, I will do a story. If you pay me $300, I write the shittiest subtext in the universe. Oh my God, man. Oh my God. You've got to admit, there's some hilarity in there, right? Pay me $300. And now this has been online, by the way, for quite some time, you know, and the timer has actually kicked back on apparently because they wanted $10,000. They were shopped around by Bruce. Now, again, remember, when I'm bringing this up too, I hope the ecosystem remembers this. And I think this is one of the reasons they didn't get money is because we're talking about a team that includes one guy. Admittedly, he admitted this, and this does not look good. This is the best part of them, by the way. He admitted that he had slept with this is his own admissions, 2 people that he said were victims. He had not disclosed that to the public. So while he was doing this stuff, he was having relations with them, which is pretty bad by itself. Because, I mean, you think about that. You know, if you have some kind of, that looks like a quid pro quo, right? Hey, you give me a service and I will give you this service. I will scream to the high heavens that you're a victim. But one of the people that he did not disclose, he ended up having not just relations with, but she ended up getting pregnant. Now, after that, somewhere along that, it all falls apart, right? We've talked about this before, but everything falls apart. He gets accused of something. And guess what? The woman that he was screaming to the heavens was a victim is no longer a victim, according to him. Now this person is some kind of a monster. They are a false accuser. They are a victimizer. So everything changes. And again, the context here, I would imagine it's been left out of the story. You know, this person just suddenly becomes a monster. Now, their coverage, they take the other person that they were calling a victimizer. They suddenly are, you know, taking their side of things. And this person, well, let's just say it goes badly for them, you know, very badly for them. Now, that's the best case scenario of these people. The other one, and interestingly, so when Paint Chips decides he's going to sue, by the way, he also, as part of the claim that he has going on, for, again, we're going to call this lawsuit, counter lawsuit, and new lawsuit. Okay, so you have the lawsuit against the TikToker, allegations of Paint Chips being recruited. You have the counter lawsuit, you know, that include, hey, I'm suing you because of all of this stuff. And then you have Paint Chips lawsuit. Okay, well, as part of the counter lawsuit, Paint Chips files something demanding that defaming statements be taken away, including a statement that reflects on what happened that he was convicted of. It talks about luring somebody in, somebody being lured in with no pew pew, extortion happening, which was part of the conviction. We read that thing. I was like, this is crazy and fascinating stuff. But hey, folks, for part of for the low price of $300 per, you can actually have them cover your story. Oh my God. This guy, again, convicted extortionist, convicted fraud. He also was convicted of election interference, wherein, like I said, he set up sock puppet accounts. He made some pretty illicit pictures of people. Things that, well, they seem to mirror some behavior I've been seeing lately, as far as allegations are concerned. We go in, you look at those allegations about him, again, revenge porn. Weird, right? And maybe that's why part of the ecosystem doesn't want to, as many times as those people have come on shows, as many times as their articles have been shared and more, the people who donated to them, if you look at donors, a lot of that, they either are big anonymous, or they're accounts that, well, I saw a few names in here. I was like, one name I realize, but most of these anonymous were popping up right around the time that the big names in the ecosystem were actually doing things like Nunya. Nunya's actually at the bottom. I see that one now. I wanted to make sure I pulled that. But most of this money, like I said, it actually came from 16 donors altogether. But when you look at the larger donors, it makes you wonder how much was raised by just random individuals out there. I also wonder who's been giving them their legal advice, telling them, yeah, you know what, you can sue people over thumbnails and over all this other redonkulous stuff. What's up, Liz? By the way, we have been putting together filing. So I have been talking to I talked a little to Shizzy. I think this is okay to say, because Shizzy has actually looked at that person before with other stuff and talked about them. And I was like, dude, this is wild. This would be a case, something you might actually want to read over. And Shizzy has indeed looked over a few of the filings. The police report, like I said, the one that involves paint chips, it is on as part of, it's an exhibit in this giant record. I mean, there are so many crazy things. Oh, let me, just to be completionist with this, just to show what I'm talking about case-wise. Again, just to give you an idea of how insane this other case is. And this isn't the countersuit, by the way. This is just going to include the primary litigation. Or I said, rather, this includes the counter lawsuit, rather. This is the counter lawsuit, but not the lawsuit by paint chips. That's the way. Man, I need to call them lawsuit 1, 2, and 3. It's a mess. Like I said, primary, counter, and then paint chips lawsuit. But when you look, this is the lawsuit that was aimed at the people that reportedly recruited paint chips and another guy. Look at all these filings. This is wild, right? I'm trying not to scroll too fast to scroll blind you. That stuff drives me crazy when I see it. Give me 1 second. My screen is locked up. Give me 1 minute. Stupid screen, man. It was locked up on there. Okay, let me see if it's showing now. Sometimes it does that. I was like, what the heck? I was looking at the screen on the replay, and I noticed it wasn't moving. I was like, wait a minute, what's this doing here? Okay, so here's the lawsuit. Check it out. Look at this mess. This is nuts. And we're still scrolling, right? And we're still scrolling. Oh, wait, just a minute. We're still scrolling, right? Okay. Yeah, it seems like there's a lot of filings, yeah? Oh, wait, what is this? What are we about to see here? We're getting toward the, oh, yeah, there's another page full of them. Oh, maybe it's just a couple of documents, Tug, right? I mean, there's 172 documents. It can't be that many, right? Right, Tug? Right, Tug? Well, about that, actually, when you look at it, it certainly can be a lot of documents. Look at this insanity! Oh my God! It's like cue the clown music. I mean, it is nuts. But what I was mentioning this yesterday as part of it because I started looking into this. You get some craziness that happens if you start looking at around. Say, let's just, you'll notice this note right here on a bunch of them, right? Stricken per order. Yeah. Now, if you look at what they are, this is where it gets kind of crazy. You'll notice the person filing, because you always have motion, whatever, by John Doe. Huh. So what's happened in this case is you have these people, again, this is how it's reportedly, I'm going to say reportedly on that. You have in the case, this person countersue. They say Paint Chips and this other guy were brought in as harassers. Then the docket gets flooded by John Doe, Jane Roe posts. That's anonymous posters, which you are not allowed to do, by the way. You cannot post anonymous posts. And if you're like, well, maybe that's just an error. No, it was 100% done intentionally. And it's pointed out, I'm not going to read this whole filing. I mentioned this yesterday. But again, I want to just note how disruption and seems like it seems like a commonality that follows certain people around. Because if you look at this, again, here's the judge ordering, saying, the plaintiff here, he alleges that non-party, now there's two non-parties. That would be Camp and there would be Paint Chips. Camp, it only lists Camp there, but the allegations, if you go and watch his videos where he's talking about it, he brings both up. And again, Paint Chips has filed in this case and stuff too, but noting that they've harassed him, family, and parties involved. When they say parties involved, by the way, there's the allegation that this person, Camp and Paint Chips, harassed people to the point that a witness dropped out because there's witness intimidation. Oh, by the way, that was one of the allegations against Paint Chips, that he would leak things that were part of a case, which is another allegation that's come up too as part of this, that he was intimidating witnesses and more. But in that, it tells you recently in April, this is new. Okay, this stuff is pretty damn new, so it's within a month. These John Doe, Jane Roe filings and John Doe, Jane Roe 2 filings, they've papered this case. They become a problem. You have, it notes here, in addition, 30 filings were made within the last days. Okay, who's making them? Maybe that's people that are involved in the case, right? No, it's the John Does. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 69. And it goes through all these filings. These are just over so many days. Some of these filings, they're meant to disrupt the case too. Because some of these, again, the court put this in there, They said that one move, for example, and again, I'm not spending all day on this because this is rehashing a little, but I want to make a point with all of this stuff. It temporarily restrained all further filings by plaintiff's counsel until such filings can be verified as nonfiction by the Science Fiction and Fantasy Writers Association. Again, somebody is trying to make it look like they're trolling for a mistrial is what it is, and to quash the plaintiff's counsel ego, amongst other things. And this says, this is frivolous. This is garbage. Plus, on top of that, parties, they cannot be anonymous unless, you may use fictitious name in exceptional circumstances. A party may proceed anonymously in federal court by establishing substantial privacy rights, which outweigh the customary and constitutionally embedded presumption of openness in judicial proceedings. So you wouldn't be able to do that anyway. They weren't saying that you could be anonymous. So what happens after this comes in? This I found out yesterday as I was looking through, there was another filing by these anonymous accounts, and the filing noted, I kid you not, that they would be appealing this. Give me 1 second. Here's the anonymous, by the way. This is filed by these after there was a decision. So, this is how crazy this is. They filed a notice of appeal. What kind of appeal? Maybe this is one of the parties that are involved. No, it's with a flourish of jurisprudential, my bad, fervor, and a wiry nod to the absurdities of procedural theater. John Doe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 69. Non-parties dragged in hereby declare their intent to appeal to the 11th. Look at this shit. This is nuts. All right. Can you imagine writing a court? This, again, is an obvious attempt to poison this well and destroy this and to cost people money, time, energy, all the resources that they can. This appeal arises from the order, that would be 339 that I showed you, a judicial pronouncement that, with the decisiveness of a guillotine's flop, struck but retained for the record a torrent of filings by the appellants and the anonymous cohorts. The order further directed the clerk in a matter evocative of gatekeeper barring revelers from a mask ball to reject all future anonymous pro se filings absent explicit judicial sanctions. The appellants, shrouded in pseudo-anonymity. Look at this. Does this not reek of just absurdity and ridiculousness? Somebody, again, trying to destroy a court proceeding. We are going to go out and we are going to appeal this. You have taken off our rights. And it really reeks of just the absurdity that this type of idiot brings to a case. But on top of that, like I said, they decided, as part of filings, Paint Chips himself decided that he would bring his own litigation, which he has already said, I'm going to do that in this too. Apparently, see, he's not allowed to be a lawyer anymore, but you can't take away his right to be a pro se litigant. He can go out and represent himself. So even though he has been disbarred, he actually, in that circumstance, if there's enough insanity, then he gets to play lawyer again. Isn't that interesting? I think that's a crazy little caveat when you think about it. You have a guy that's disbarred because of just how insane they've been. But if there's enough insanity and enough craziness, guess what? They get to actually play the lawyer part again. And again, they had a filing, like I was pointing out. This filing, by the way, is one of many. This one actually has 22 freaking pages attached to it. Some of this is it's pretty fascinating because the main part of that, all right, he notes that there was an article. Now he calls the police about this too. Okay, I'm going to show you the police report, like I said, but as part of that, now this is not the Preston police thing, you know, and I'll explain what that and show some video and stuff on that in just a few minutes. But it notes that on April the 17th, the defendant published an article titled "Breaking: Lawyer of Child Stalker Says Black People Are Indistinguishable from Monsters. Shares Illegal Revenge Corn in Court." And it says, as part of the article, it falsely states that Paint Chips is a PDF file. Like I said, I thought that was the same thing that they were saying wasn't such a big deal when it came to Jeremy Hales. That's weird, isn't it? If it's aimed at them and it has the ability to be ruinous when it comes to their lives, it suddenly becomes this other matter. But the police report itself that's based on that notes, you know, on April 17th, 2025, this TikToker here published actually on Substack on a publication owned and controlled by him, an article entitled, "Breaking: Lawyer of Child Stalker Says," again, you saw all of that. It gives the link for that as well. In the article, man, this is hard to read, by the way. A copy is endorsed herein. The said TikToker wrote the following statement saying, this misogynist was told by my wife that she didn't want to share personal information with them because he will share it with PDF files, the camp and paint chips to harass them with. This statement is false, defamatory, libelous, and with actual malice, made with the knowledge of its falsity, with the purposes of harming me. I am harmed under this certain Florida statute. His publications, statements to expose hatred, contempt, ridicule. They accused me of PDF filing any such crime. The defamatory was accessible and directed, emailed to residents of Florida, harming me in this jurisdiction. This person, again, they talk about who they are, what exactly their name is. I'm a journalist. I'm a journalist covering this case. Man, by the way, I'm surprised I haven't seen more filings in that court that actually point out that I'm just calling. if I were filing, I would be saying so-called journalist, or I would be filing and saying the convicted and disbarred something. You know, I would put that in with everything, because I noticed over and over that there were filings saying, I'm a journalist covering it. And to me, that, like I said, it's fascinating, considering that really it works as a disguise for somebody that, well, they've had some bad intents before. So could that be the thing that's happening here as well? But yeah, I'm a journalist covering it. I'm just covering. I want full protective orders because I fear retaliation. I need a protective order. Are you kidding me, man? Is that not wild? But the point in that, oh yeah, And by the way, this is written by, I'm going to say by Yale Paint Chips, because the way it reads, he says, I provided materials to the officer there. These materials document the above. These materials include the referenced article, a notice under the Florida statute, of additional materials that I've news gathered in the course of my journalism sources that my authorities in identifying, connecting this person, a public figure. You should see some of the things that they have accused this guy of too. I was like, holy crap. In a courtroom, that's another thing that they seem to like to do. They love to put in court filings that accuse somebody of just monstrous thing. Again, damage. It is fascinating, though, that outside the courtroom, they think once you're sued, Paint Chips thinks once you're sued, you can say whatever. Because you have that litigation privilege. And you should look it up. It talks about, it actually has to do with stuff that's in the court, but hey, we'll see how that plays. Again, I would not come forward as a crime victim. He's a crime victim, folks. He's a victim. This guy created videos that fall within revenge porn status. He posts them everywhere. He's like, these are parody, baby. These are parody. If you look under that statute, if somebody is readily identifiable, you can say, yeah, that's that person, and you showcase them performing an act. So creating something and then just screaming parody. It's parody. No, that doesn't work. Isn't that fascinating? But now he's a victim. So when Jeremy Hales talks about signs that were put out about him, calling him a predator and more, somehow in some way, he does not deserve any protection under law. But if it happens to one of them, then it is a different matter. Isn't that interesting? I thought you might find that fascinating. Now, there's a video I actually want to go over. This video is interesting because I kept reading people talk about it, and they kept saying, there's a video out there, Tug, of Lynette Preston calling the police. You know, she's calling the police on Jeremy Hales. And it's like, are you talking about a different video than the one I saw before? You know, the video where actually, I think it's a little bit different than that. Like, no. And then I saw multiple postings talking about that and well. So I saw that Jeremy Hales had, one second. I saw that Jeremy Hales had actually posted a video on this. I was thinking about pulling the video up itself and saying, yeah, about that. And playing it out of a Dropbox, you know, with dialogue with it. But then Hales put together a pretty good video, and I think it actually should be showcased, because when you look at it, the cops, they're actually called on bad neighbors that are trying to get him arrested. So, what's happening in that? So maybe we should look at that video. And I thought maybe that would be interesting to look at. Again, one of the problems I actually liked with his video that talks about this is that it subtitles a little bit better. You know, he has added his own closed captions, his own subtitling, because a lot of the discussion that comes up actually gets muted out. You can't hear, you can barely hear it, but nothing comes up with closed captions and more. You know, it's buried in the background. So I thought we would go through that. This is actually a very good video too. But this is something that, interestingly, Shara had put. It was the primary thing in the video that 2Ls decided that they were going to target. They were going to target without any legal foundation. I'm not sure where Shara is at present with filing a counter notification to that. but I hope that she has done that by now. You have to use specific legal language because, again, you can't say, I own this one specific image. This image, by the way, that popped up on YouTube. It popped up in public broadcasting and saying, nobody can talk about it at all. They can never show it. That's not how it works. That's not how that works at all. Not to mention the AI layer of it, which is another thing too. But the idea that you couldn't just show something. Imagine how that would work with showing thumbnails, showing that a channel exists. Oh man, showing an avatar. You can see how absurd this would be. But give me 1 second. Okay, I was messaging something there. You heard my message pop in. Bing. Now, when I bring this up, I do want to say that you should go out, make sure that you support the video on What the Hales. It's actually a lengthy video, which is good. Videos that are this long, they help out the channel. They help it out with playtime. If you play this entire thing through and listen to it, 1 second, I can clear my throat again. Man, this weather sucks. You hear my throat go like this. I'm like, no. But one of the good things about a video that is this long, if you watch it, watch time and more, it goes in, it helps out the channel. And on top of that, there's a higher, the way that they decide how to pay on a video, the longer a person watches, the more times that they can embed advertisements in it. So make sure, like I said, you support that. Put together a playlist. Let it play when you're not around. Even if you don't have time to watch it, I want you to watch it again. I let this sit for a little while, but I want to show the reality of this because, like I said, it kept coming up that this was a video with blah, blah, blah. I thought it would be interesting. Plus, you get the conversation with Hales telling us about stuff. So we haven't watched a video together in a while anyway. So let's do it. Doesn't that sound like fun? By the way, let me catch up the super chats real quick because if I catch them up really fast, then what we can do is we can keep going with everything here. So Liz, thanks for the 5 gifted memberships. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. You kicked that off. That was awesome. Max Lab, thanks for the 2. What's up, Tug? What's up to you, man? Appreciate you. Love to you, my friend. Fallen Hero dropped a gifted membership too. Thank you, Fallen Hero. That is awesome of you. You had Best Friends for Life. Best Friends for Life dropped also gifted membership on that. Thank you, Best Friends for Life. We had Adair drop one. It's good to see you, Adair. As always, appreciate you, my friend. James, yes, it has been 4 months. It's fast how time flies when you are having crazy cases, right? Adair dropped another gifted membership too. That is awesome of you as well. Thank you. Taz, thanks for the 2. Ready for awesome lug and buggery. They're asleep. They've been up all day. So they crashed out. They actually got to go out and get their nails done today. Doesn't that sound interesting? They got to go out. They got to both get a rainbow-esque color on their nails. They look good. They were both pretty happy about it. The littlest one, of course, is picking at it. It'll probably fade pretty quickly, but still, she enjoyed it. And the oldest, of course, was excited. She's been wanting to do that. So they were thrilled by it. Sister Sal, what's up, Sister Sal? Good to see you. Dropping 5 gifted memberships as well. Thank you, Sister Sal. Lori, thank you also. It's good to see you too. Appreciate you there. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Me, thanks for the 20 there. Next ice cream run with the girls and grandma. Indeed. Grandma getting ice cream. Yeah, that sounds about right for sure. Appreciate it. JWH, thanks for the month there. Tug, you the man. Well, man, I love the hat like that, by the way. I've been, for real, like no joke, I've been wanting to I like to wear a hat. And I have been wanting a nice black hat. But, in Tennessee, man, good luck with that. I'm also having a melon that isn't extra small, that's usually a problem too. EP Fan, thank you for the membership. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership. Welcome to Thugs. L Flock and Lou dropping 5 giftos too. Thank you, L Lou. That is great. Like I said, I appreciate that. Randy, thanks for the 2 there. And the breadstick monies. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate that. That's awesome. Sister Sal dropped another 5 gifted memberships on top of that. Man, thank you, Sister Sal. That is awesome of you, for real. Thank you, Sister Sal. Liz dropped 50 there. Let's get a few filings. Public interest share with the trusted mafia. Indeed. We are definitely looking in. And again, if you do like to support endeavors like going and pulling up court documents and more, court documents can have a price tag on them. Like I was showing yesterday, one of these items had 17 exhibits on it. And say we want to look at those, right? If we have to pull them through Pacer, there is a price tag on each one. Some of them can run up to $2. Let's just say in one of these that each exhibit, they're $2. Well, right there, before we even pull the filing, that's $34 just for exhibits. So it gets actually kind of crazy, especially when people are peppering a case. But the most interesting parts, I think, are going to be the John Doe, Jane Roe filings, just to see, because again, you can look at that. And Paint Chips also files absurdly long responses. This was the other thing I thought was interesting. So he asked to file a response. He wanted the courts to allow him over 25 pages. The court did allowed him. They said you can file up to 40 pages. Guess what? Or 40 pages, no more. Guess how many pages he filed? 40 pages. Isn't that insane? In the clouds, thank you for the 6 months there. Thank you for that. Hey, Tug. Hey, yourself. Thank you. Carol, thanks for the 9 months there. 9 months pregnancy alert. You're about to deliver a YouTube channel. Gamer Jackie, thanks for the tip. Paint Chip says calling people a PDF file is okay for them, not for me. And it just seemed like that, doesn't it? Doing all right, Tug? Yeah, I'm doing pretty good today. Thank you for asking too. Appreciate it. Retired. Thank you, by the way. Appreciate you. 7 months on there. Thank you for what you and Megan do. Hey, appreciate you on that. In the clouds, thanks for the follow. This was so traumatizing. He was so shaking so badly. He's writing his statement to the police. I know, man. It looks like it was written while strapped to one of those vibrating beds. Sassy mama, thanks for the 5. Were you able to clean those up in the email? Clean those up in the email. Oh, you're talking about those filings and stuff. I was looking at I'm still responding to a few emails on stuff. I'll respond there. Terry, thank you for the gifted membership there too. Thank you. And Wheezy Wheels, thanks for the 10 there. Towards a Tuglet Pamper Day. Well, thank you for that. That's awesome. Like I said, they had a fun time with that. All right. Now, the reason I wanted to catch those up is because now when we're going through this, if there are comments and stuff, they will be timely. So if you decide that you want to comment, if you comment with a super chat, then I'll know exactly what it's about. Because in videos like this, where there's so much information. All right, so let's go.
Hello. You're good. Is John here?
Yep.
Mind if I talk to him for a moment?
Sure. He didn't do anything.
I'm not saying he did.
He didn't.
Would you trust Lynette, George?
I've never trusted Lynette from the moment that I met her with her fake tears and fake crying.
What about Lieutenant McIntyre? Would you trust him?
McIntyre, he's the one that needs to stay in his lane.
Well, yeah, definitely, completely and totally out of his lane. And Levy County Sheriff Office has deliberately, intentionally not provided us this public information of this recording. Rather interesting, don't you think?
Yeah, we record requested it so that we can have the police report along with the
That happens a lot, by the way. If people are wanting something, that's where this stuff comes from. You'll hear people talk about FOIA requests. Actually, somebody wrote, and sometimes we forget to note what something is. We take it for granted that people understand what someone's talking about. And I apologize for that. FOIA is a Freedom of Information Act request. So if something like that happens, you have the right to request information and to actually see what was transpiring. So They were requesting police footage. That's how we've ended up with so much of that. Green veggie bees, by the way. The poor squirrel in your picture. Indeed, man. Oh, this stuff is so nuts, is it not? I would put, by the way, I would shift this over. No, it's going to cover up some of the subtitles. I hate doing that. But let's let it roll. All right, here we go.
Audio cam because they don't wear body cams so that we can utilize it for the Ohio court.
Don't you find this insane too, by the way? They don't wear body cams. I believe in, there's two things that this case should point out to you. Number one, and I think this should be in everywhere, every interaction with the police should be recorded. Now, some of them should not be made available if they involve kids. And I mean, there are caveats, with like domestic abuse issues and whatnot. There's certain things that are not supposed to be, well, some of them will pop up, but I mean, you understand there's a line to some of it. It needs to be redacted and so on. But having said that, these people need to be wearing body cams and they should never be able to mute them, ever. That should be universal. Everyone should have to wear a body cam. They should never turn off, ever. They should be catching any interaction. They should also be catching the phone calls that they're making and stuff. They're on duty. They answer to you. You pay their salaries. So you, as a citizen, you have the right to know what they're doing in the name of, well, that public interest, 100%. And the other thing is, the thing we're talking about with documents, those documents should be 100% free. There is no reason that they shouldn't be. In the past, the reason that they charged you a fee was because there was a copying fee. Well, they've carried that over into the online sphere, saying, we've got to pay somebody to do this stuff. No, you already have to upload the files. That already has to happen. So when you or I want that, that's just part of that system. We should be able to get filings for free, all filings. That should be in the name of transparency. So those two things, they 100% have been pointed out that are just messed up. But you notice what they said here too. These body cams, we need them for utilization in the Ohio courtrooms. Ohio courtrooms. I've heard of blue balls, but red ones, that must hurt. Yeah, it must really hurt if you get something caught on a fence, right? Oh, no. The Ohio courts, though, again, if these people are going out, they're trying to repeatedly cause issues. They're filing false reports. Not only that, but you'll notice something. You'll notice a discussion that is happening where another party is on the phone. Check out who's on the phone with them. So let's continue.
For what did Crook do that violated the CPO?
Well, I'm going to show you exactly what Crook did once we see what happens between Lieutenant McIntyre and Lynette and Crook and Andrew Campbell. Oh, what kind of things has Andrew Campbell gotten himself into?
Oh, you mean the one that doesn't live on the property but lives on the property?
You mean Lynette's mom died, but she didn't die? Deuce is in, but he...
That's interesting. So the person that reportedly doesn't live on the property, it does live on the property that's involved. Isn't that weird, by the way? That's so strange, right? Nuclear Oyster, thanks for the 5 there. Flea's claiming the FOIA is not being provided because Jeremy Hales is under active investigation with their help. Certain things, no. That is redonkulous. Active investigation. You see FOIAs, they are being provided because there's no open case. They're so ridiculous. Like the stuff that they tell, every now and then a kernel of truth slips out though. Like for example, what I was talking about with Paint Chips. Paint Chips the other night, while he was saying all of his stupid things, he noted that being called a PDF file was one of the worst things ever. He noted that on there, but he was talking about for himself. And I thought, man, the irony, right? The irony. Being called that thing is the worst unless it's Jeremy Hales repeatedly. And this guy, like as a paint jet, look, all you need to do, he's writing, as part of that, is so crazy. As part of that lawsuit, he's writing articles saying that essentially you can dox over this stuff. Doxing for justice. I've never heard anything so insane. But it's an out and out cry of, yes, doxing will come. It's creepy. It's crazy. But yeah, that's nuts, Nicola Oyster. Cunning Linguist, thanks for 2. No user controls should be on body cams. Exactly. There should be no way to turn those off. I mean, I understand people want to be pro-police. I get that. I've had some pretty awful interactions with police. Some stuff back in the day. There was an interaction. I was driving down a main road in Goodlettsville, Tennessee, which is right outside of Nashville. Okay. I had left a store. I pulled out of the parking lot. I see blue lights. I was like, that's weird. So I pull over. Now I can't pull over off the road because there's like this big riser. There's a park over on the other side. So you don't want people running over people in the park, which makes sense, right? So they have a riser there. So I pull over beside it. This car comes up like it's pulling behind me. But right when I start to pull over, I see another cop car mount the heel in front of me. It jumps over. Woof. I was like, oh my God, what's going on with this? And then I see another cop car come in behind that one, jump the riser. So, I mean, it jumps it spectacularly. You're talking about some Dukes of Hazzard, sparks and everything. It's like, oh my God. This one car runs up in front of me, one over beside me. And, cops come up. They actually, they're pretty rough too. It's a pretty horrible interaction. And this is when like cell phones, cams, that they weren't around. You didn't have body cams out there running all the time. But apparently they had misidentified a vehicle. They got in a report that somebody I forget exactly what they were supposed to be doing, but it was not a good interaction. I'm not going to go into the whole thing. I'll tell you about it another day. But luckily for me, the store I had gone into, I bought something there. And on top of it, I had a receipt. But it turned out that I didn't really need that. The police, they were like, oh, yeah. Well, that, okay. Well, that shows that couldn't be. But the vehicle that they were looking at for was the wrong kind of vehicle. They had misidentified my vehicle, but they were awful, man. It was not a pleasant experience at all. And I'm not just talking about being pulled over. That'd be one thing. I'm talking about the way they reacted. So the police, the whole point in that is to say individual police, some of the stuff you say, there are entire channels again dedicated to that. And there should be transparency out there, because when that stuff happens, you should be able to see it. We should also, you've heard some of the statements by law enforcement while they're on camera about Jeremy Hales. I mean, it's insane. The stuff that we heard in one of the prior videos, my God, man. The whole memorial video one, that I found that to be especially alarming. And we're talking about a county that already, if you look up Levy County, you'll find some pretty terrible police interactions, some high dollar lawsuits because of what cops have done. So we're not talking about a place that this has never transpired before. Anyway, let's continue. Sorry, I got on a rant for a minute there.
He's not on the lawsuit?
No one's ever been arrested, but John's been arrested?
Let's dig in.
Got it.
They have proof.
Yeah, I don't have to come all the way in.
2 people were out here.
He doesn't want to go in. He's like, I ain't got to go in. I don't want to.
The whole scene fell during the thunderstorm. I had the baby out here.
Here, let me.
John yelled, get the kid. Put him in.
Wait. That was weird. Listen to that. Listen to that again.
Came back up the stream. So the whole scene fell during the thunderstorm. I had the baby out here, so John yelled, get the kid. Put him in. And Hales popped up.
What?
Keep track of everything. I mean, what are you going to do? You're going to do it, you're
You hear now? You hear that voice? Can you hear it? Can you hear that? Who is that you hear? Listen to him. So this is another voice. This is not the police talking. Just a note. Listen to the voice very carefully. Who is Lynette on the phone with during this interaction?
I had the baby out here, so John yelled, "Get the kid, put it in," and Hales hog top.
Listen.
What are you gonna do? You're gonna do what you're gonna do.
Yeah, you notice that?
Did you notice that Lynette?
Yeah, now he bring that up, but isn't that fascinating? So we have heard on the phone, we've heard 2 L's with the police. We've heard BBB, and we've heard the other counsel. What was their name? Oh, yes, Siri. Siri. Oh my God. Oh, God, this stuff is so nuts. Let's continue.
That seems to be talking to another very long, pointed nose, corrupt, very disgusting.
Yeah, she did say
individual.
kids, by the way.
What I heard is she's on speakerphone with an individual who sounds very much like the junk stoned lawyer.
Oh,
the
is that
junk stone lawyer.
Oh, who does YouTube fodder? Oh, yes.
That would be him.
Yes, who actually stalks our lives, harasses everybody in our lives, then tells the world that this lawsuit's all going to be so easily dismissed, and yet the coward then goes and runs. That'd be none other than Deuce,
the guy who got fired but really wasn't fired.
Oh,
by the way, as part of that, just a note, the courts see him as terminated. It's actually in their communications when they mail out. You know, they will give a status for everyone, and his notes terminated. Now, you tell me if you have ever been say you have a job, right? And your employment ends. If your employment was terminated, would you say that it would be correct to say that you were fired? Like if I said, oh man, your employment's been terminated by these people, would you say, yes, that employment actually, that means I was fired? Because there's been this argument that it wasn't a firing, you know, somehow in some way. It was mutual. It was good. They just let him out of it. No, that's not what happened, because the courts would not let him just leave. I don't think so anyway. Now, we would have had to have a decision on that to say 100%, but the courts, I think they would have locked him in. I think they would have kept him there. But with the LMNOP, and it's fascinating because, you know, to think about that, when you think he got terminated off of there, for the courts to then be like, oh, these people, they're pro se, they don't have anyone, let me put up an advertisement. Isn't that crazy? You have, I mean, by court record, they terminated their lawyer. So if they're pro se, whose fault would that be? Would that be the fault of the lawyer? No, it wouldn't look like that on paper. It wouldn't look like he agreed to leave. It would look like they was kicked off the case. So, yeah, anyway, let's continue.
Who's afraid of getting arrested?
I'm afraid to come to
is
Pensacola.
In contempt of court.
I can't go to Pensacola, Judge. Even though in a previous filing, I was waiting to come to Pensacola.
I mean, I think we've figured out.
Not just that. So there were posts that were put up. Again, I mentioned this yesterday, but there were posts that were put up about him before his hearing. You know, he had his hearing on the first, not as part of this, but his other case. You know, and he says he's terrified, you know, to go out to do anything because of Jeremy Hales, right? So you would think that this guy would probably be living like a hermit. Yeah, I mean, the way it's described, you would imagine him like having his life battened down. He might go out for resources every now and then, but essentially he would remind you of some kind of prepper, you know, coming in from their doomsday bunker. You know, he has his doomsday Jeremy Hales bunker. He's like, now, could you imagine that too? I think Bruce, in a new career, by the way, he should become a realtor. I mean, you think about it. He could actually invent a new way of measurement. He could be like, as far as the flooring here, he's like, typically we do this in feet, but I'm going to do it in noses. He's like, there are 4,000 noses. That's a lot of room. That'd be amazing. He could invent an entire new measurement system. But they end up going and posting pictures of them at concerts out here in the public, no security or anything. I thought that was fascinating because, again, nobody wants to harm Bruce. Like, that's absurdity. In fact, it's the opposite of reality. The reality is the person talking about pumping projectiles into folks and all of this other insanity is the guy he brought into this. The guy that they helping fundraise, for that $10,000. One that's been convicted of shit. That person has been out and out making threats under their own name. So it's a bunch of bullshit to say, oh man, and you can tell that's not the reality. A person who is living in fear doesn't, they live a terrible life like that. Vicky, by the way, thanks for the 5. Has anyone ever figured out how much money has been donated to London? We cannot get an exact amount of that. Now, give me 1 second. The reason for that is this. There are multiple venues that have accepted donations. You not only have YouTube, but you would have PayPal, Cash App, Venmo, whatever they use. So you have all these different ways. And we know money was flowing in through PayPal. Now, there could theoretically be a subpoenaing of records if it ever got that far. There would be you'd have to jump through a lot of hoops for that to happen. But it is interestingly on court record talking about the funding. You actually had the newest filing by Jeremy's talks about the fundraising. It talks about how Weeks has gone out and raised all of this money while at the same time, these people are claiming indigence. Like I said, it's fascinating. The whole argument to the new, and again, I don't know how this plays. I've never seen this argument ever used, so I don't know. It may be a stroke of genius. I don't know. It presents a much easier to follow narrative about what's transpiring. But in the new filings, it looks at it as businesses going after your business. Because in reality, what you've had constructed here is a business. Weeks is running a business, a competitor to Jeremy Hales. And what they do is they advertise that this guy, he's out there harming dogs. He's out there doing all these terrible things, and look at their conspirators. That's what it's saying. So it's a fascinating way of approaching it. And when that comes up, I would think if you went into discovery, you would have to disclose the amount of money that's come up as part of that, because it is a substantial amount of money that they've ended up raising. And again, we're not talking about super chats. Super chats are a totally different beast. For the channel, I mean. I'm not talking about super chats just in general saying I'm donating to this thing. I'm talking about super chats with the express intent of funding the channel itself. What they've done to obfuscate that is they say every super chat is for that. So they've tried to further, camouflage that. But we found out again through one donor alone that he had given 56,000. Again, I would be curious about the idea. Typically, people that are abroad, when they bring up 56,000, they're not talking dollars. They're talking their currency. So like I said, I would love some answer for that. But no, we actually have no way of finding out how much money is raised. I imagine it's just knowing that one, it's an obscene figure. So
why he was afraid to come to Pensacola.
I would guess it's the paranoia from having to hit the devil's dandelion
every 15 minutes.
Every 15 minutes. That's what I'm guessing.
That was claimed, by the way, in the other case that is going on, that BBB is involved. And if you did not see that, you had a filing saying, hey, BBB, he couldn't follow through on the things that he promised he would do as a lawyer. He couldn't help me do things. Why? Because every 15 minutes he had to spark up. So that was the accusation. That's where that comes from.
She's on the phone with Deuce. You know, the guy who says he no longer represents her or him. And what's the first thing he tells her to do? Say nothing. Oh, isn't that interesting? As Deuce is already,
it's legal
within
advice.
My deposition, he's already admitted that his clients, which are no longer his clients, and yet he's still telling the judge that he is still representing them in the background. He admits they're guilty. Now, I find this interesting because George was just saying junk and things along those lines. What terms does he use that for? Our handwriting expert, right?
He calls
Junk
her
science?
the junk science expert.
yeah.
Well, in my opinion, he's a junk stoned lawyer.
Okay. So they go out and they actually pay a junk handwriting
Science expert
who's says
a sham.
Yeah.
He's a sham.
Who they pay him to say that I somehow was replicating.
By the way, just to note this as well, when George says that, remember, courts have agreed that this guy is not the reason they didn't bring this guy in. And the reason that they, in my opinion, are going with it's all junk science now is because they bought, again, this should be laughed off the face of really the internet and the world. The fact that they brought in a guy that within minutes, I'm talking about 5 minutes, including going and getting coffee and more, you could search his name and find all of these court documents that showed that courts had laughed him out. They found him not only not credible, but I mean, it was insane. Like if you missed that chapter in it, that is absolutely insane. That was supposed to be their big move, by the way. They went in, they got this thing that if it cost what the website says, if it cost thousands of dollars, they paid and they had no intent of filing it in the court. They just used it for the court of social media. They used it with the express intent to destroy Jeremy Hales. So they're caught in this weird place. They're now calling a handwriting expert. They call this stuff junk science, even though they themselves relied on it. So that to me is admission that they themselves knew what they put out into the world. That narrative of him creating the signs and all this other bullshit, they knew that was a junk science. They just did it because of the thing that they say other people did this for. Internet clicks. I mean, you think about that, really. Think about what the admission is there. And if you're able to present not just that in a court, hey, look at what they did here. But on top of that, saying, look at what they say about this person. They say that this science here is a junk science. Therefore, why would they have done that? If they think it's garbage, why would they have pursued that and then dumped it into the social media sphere before talking about it, never talking about it in court? Huh, that's fascinating, right? I like this video, by the way, because they bring up a lot of good points here. And I think that this is a fascinating conversation. I think it works as a catch up. Plus you can see what's going on with the
Inet's handwriting. And I posted the signs. Now, here's the interesting part about this. Number one, nobody in their right mind is ever going to post the most horrific things about themselves on signs like this.
Indeed.
That has been posted to say that I did horrendous things to a little
insane.
girl, 3-year-old at that time. Do you notice, George, that as their defense lawyer, he's never once come out in the defense and said they did not write the signs? Never once.
Never.
So
he's never tried to depose me. He's never tried to depose the handwriting expert. He's never tried to put holes or dents in her report. Instead, he's fighting that, well, the signs were only placed for...
Weirdly, and when you listen to the PR spin on it, they try to make it sound like the handwriting expert has never been admitted into the courtroom. But if you go back, you'll find all of that was indeed put into the courtroom. Now, of course, Maybe that's ignorance because these people do not read court documents, or maybe that's much more nefarious.
For 40 minutes and only 3 people saw it and none of them believed it because he knows his lawyer, his attorney,
He knows
his
his clients, but
are
not his
guilty.
clients. Yeah.
Are his junk stoned clients
yeah, okay,
are guilty and did write the sign. Felisa, who's their PR voice, even said, well,
even admitted it.
Well, Michelle admitted to writing one of the signs.
She did.
Even admitted it.
That
So
absolutely happened.
They were innocent. First and
That happened 100%. Got the sound clip. And when I heard that, I was like, whoa, that's crazy. I've never said that. There's a sound clip of you saying it. It came out of one of your freaking live streams. I heard the thing myself. I hate being gaslit like that. By the way, let me chill for a second. If you like the content, want to support the channel, make sure that you're subbed. Make sure that you like. You tell people that we're live on the weekend. Weekends are always a hard time pushing anyway. But if you'd like to go further, if you'd like to support the channel as we endeavor to do wonderful things like continue the coverage of some of the craziest and stupidest people on the planet, in my opinion. Well, then, breadsticks. Breadsticks are always welcome. So let's continue.
foremost, their lawyer who is defending them, who isn't defending them, but is defending them, I can't figure it out either, would have said they never, ever, ever wrote the signs. But the defense is the signs were only seen by 3 people. And those 3 people didn't.
That was the argument. It's crazy.
40 minutes. He knows they're guilty.
He's there right now. John is going to say, take his knife. He'll be right back out.
One of the things that Lynette has documented about John and her meds, well, there's many things. He mixes them with strong drink.
Meds, yes. Yeah. She's even called him a drug dealer.
Yes.
We have it all in writing.
Selling them.
Via envelope.
Actually, the worst thing that I think she said, though, with alcohol and more, well, maybe not the worst. I mean, there's some pretty bad stuff. But I think the most damning stuff came from police body cam footage. You know, when the police came to arrest John, well, they came to serve a warrant. And that's when they found out about the pew pew and all that stuff. That body cam footage, if you've not checked it out for some reason, that's probably the most crazy.
Via envelopes, to other females in Northport. What really is going on that purgatory? Why did a fence need to go up? Now, here's one of the things we do understand, we realize. Part of the fence going up on one portion of a 4-sided property is that they were trying to set me up. Yes. They were trying to say that I was breaking a law with my camera.
They actually thought, and this baffles and amazes me. They thought that if they built that and Jeremy was driving down the road recording, that they could get him put in jail. I do not believe that it was about privacy. I believe it was about conspiracy. That's my personal opinion on that. I mean, you think about it. They didn't put up 4 walls. They have had disputes with other neighbors. They say, oh, get along with neighbors. And that's not what your police reports say. They say something different. If they fundraise one piece of... Also, I guess if you would have had to put up more fence, you'd have to take more of that money for the fence, right? So if you had to put up 4 sides instead of 1, well, that's more money not going towards self. Jack's mom. Thanks for the 10. How do these people find each other? Okay, well, interestingly, we have seen BBB has mailed the shit out of people. He has gone out. I've seen an ungodly amount of messages left on channels that have been sent out, to folks trying to make contact. And from there, I mean, you see who will respond to this stuff. You have a lot of people that want to get involved that want that quick buck. That's in my opinion. It feels like ambulance chasers are us. These people, they think that they can get involved. Jeremy Hales has very deep pockets. And they're like, ooh, maybe we can get our hands in there. But Germany was like, no, if I'm going to have money come out where you're damaging me and everything else, I'm going to make sure I clear my name. As paint chips so eloquently put. Let me quote this, by the way. I would not want to misquote such an elegant retort. Give me 1 second here. He says, quote, "There is no accusation more heinous under American law than that of PDF filing," I'm going to say. "The charge alone, whether true or false, carries with it an irreversible stain of moral depravity, public revulsion, and professional exile. Unlike other crimes, the mere allegation of child SA elicits immediate societal condemnation before any inquiry into the facts." Huh. Very good, paint chips. It's fascinating. Never thought I would quote some, but it's fascinating. He makes the point that he's fought against. But how did these people get involved? I mean, well, you see the context and everything else. It's just like okay, I think it's like a attraction of magnet to metal sometimes. And the super chat notes: scam handwriting expert, scam lawyer, scam writers, scam clients, scam users, and viewers who don't seem to pose to scams. Yes, oftentimes, I am surprised the most sometimes by viewer reaction. They do seem to have a problem giving their money to folks like Paint Chips and Darth Touch. They seem to have cut that faucet off, but they're okay with morally reprehensible people going in and sabotaging other folks' lives.
Videoing for my own protection and for accountability as I go by. I mean, they've said this over and over again. As a matter of fact, there's an open criminal case right now. Levy County Sheriff cannot be trusted, pure and simple. And so they're trying with Fleesa, that walrus, that tusked walrus. No tusk, but no teeth. No teeth. They're doing everything they can, trying to get me arrested, when these are the fools that actually stalked us, defamed us, and constantly have harassed us.
Good evening.
And that are the defendants in 2 federal courts right now, cases.
Mm-hmm.
And so McIntyre comes on the scene, and you got Deuce on the phone with Lynette. And now we've got Crook grabbing his meds. Or is he running and hiding again because he knows he just broke the civil protection order?
Could be.
Let's find out.
No, John's coming out right now. He was already in the camper taking his meds. Well, you said to call me anytime it happens.
This is pretty interesting. What did you just hear?
We've tried to put on closed captions so that it could pick up some of the words, because we understand that it is difficult to understand what they're saying. But
closed captions on YouTube and transcripts are never 100% correct.
They're actually pretty
It's
bad.
not always accurate,
a lot of times.
but you can.
I'm trying to switch them on and off because you have 2 sets of captions coming up. So they're basically canceling each other out. So that's why I've been turning them off when the video comes on, but when it takes a minute to cut them on, I forget to cut them back on. It's been a mess so far. And by the way, thank you also, 5 there. Thank you, Doug. Hey, thank you. Appreciate you being here. Appreciate your support there. That is awesome of you. But yeah, the captions are very, very much a mess. Like, unfortunately, if you've ever played with them, God, you get some funny stuff, but some of it's very wrong too.
Here, Lynette telling Deuce, well, you told me to call you if it happens.
Okay, now here's the interesting part. We're going to do some foreshadowing here. Lynette is going to lie through her tooth again. And as a matter of fact, she's going to make such a bold lie that it makes you question 2 things. Number one, why didn't she call Deuce with this bold-faced lie that she's about to tell McIntyre?
Mm-hmm.
And number 2, why didn't McIntyre actually put this bold-faced lie in his written report?
Well, number 3, let me add a third one. Okay. Why didn't she call Levy County Sheriff and report it?
Well, let's find out what this lie is.
Hello.
Okay.
I would say, let me turn the...
Are you Mr. John? Do you have any idea why? Oh, are you sick? Yeah, I don't want to get that.
Andrew!
Okay.
God, the screaming.
Yeah. You're okay. Do you have any idea why I'm out here? I'm not saying you're in trouble. I'm not saying you're not. Do you have any idea?
Probably because Hales is going to Ohio and you needed Preston to tell a judge.
So he lied. You said John said something to him and you never did.
Yeah. I was putting back up my thing. I shouldn't even be out today.
Yeah.
I had to reframe this thing.
Sure.
And he came by and pretty much like came to a crawling stop.
Mm-hmm.
And I turned to everybody and said, "Oh, Steve, hide the child." I think I said it.
Hide the child?
Hide the child.
Because I was out here with my daughter.
Okay.
And that's what he wants is pictures of my kid.
Okay.
There's
See,
a lot
there
to
again.
unpack here.
So wait, that statement yet again, talking about kids. They have weaponized that to the point that they make that statement all the time. They talk about not just pictures of kids, though. You've seen the claims that come with it. That has become their automatic defense because if they talked about why it really was, well, he's videotaping because, well, there was a pew pew, there's a civil protection order and violations of it. God knows what might happen. You realize too, those people that are saying that he shouldn't videotape, by the way, you do realize that if he did not videotape those civil protection orders, they would not have had any proof for the violations. He has to protect himself with that. And ultimately, again, Levy County has made it clear that it doesn't matter what the fuck goes on. Ultimately, they will do nothing. I mean, honestly, I believe that I believe the worst about them. Let's just say that. I think watching this case and looking up other things about them, I believe the worst.
Well, let's unpack the first thing. Do you know why I'm here? Well, Hales was going to Ohio. He needed content to tell the judge. All right, now let's narrow this down. First of all, if they don't do anything, there's never anything to take back to the judge. It's really that simple.
If they don't violate it,
stop.
Mm-hmm.
Stop. Okay. Now there's this other aspect. He needs content. We can continue to hear.
Why do they know he's going to Ohio? Why do they have that idea? Have they been watching videos or statements that he's had, by the way? How would they even know that unless they're trying to keep up with his life repeatedly? How would they know that? That alone says that, again, what are the parts of, if you had a civil protection order against you and all these violations, you would think that the best thing to do would be to not ever interact, period. Never interact, never yell out crazy shit, none of that stuff. But it keeps happening. By the way, Liz sent $30 as well. Appreciate that, Liz. I saw that come in. Thank you very much. Man, there's been so much craziness here. All right, let's continue here.
Hear this from the what the Hales ecosystem. They need content. You're even going to hear Lynette say he's running out of content. We could film anything. Now, then there's people going, well, they're only filming this for views. They're only doing this for content. This is our life. And let me be very, very clear, okay? I want to be so crystal clear. The reason we are filming this is obviously to put eyes on it. We have individuals who have stalked us, harassed us, defamed us. We have a Levy County Sheriff Office that is completely and totally corrupt as far as we can tell. And you're going to see it with McIntyre. Obviously, we want people to see this. Accountability comes from eyes being on the situation. We don't want this to happen to anybody else. We want this to stop in our own lives. Exposing it, we thought would help stop it in our lives. And yet it doesn't. It continues to go on. Every single issue we have brought to the Levy County Sheriff Department thus far, which they've done nothing about, John and Lynette have been found guilty. And yes, this incident is going to be going to the Ohio court.
Isn't that wild, by the way? One court is like, yeah, there's violations. And this other one is like, what's the what now? Oh no, what are they in on its fridge? Oh my God. That sounds like the question from Seven. You know the movie Seven? At the end, what's in the box? What's in the box? Let me pull it up, maybe. That's what it reminds me of. What's in the fridge? I don't know if you've never seen that movie, by the way. It is a pretty messed up movie. But yeah, at the end of it, again, even though it's an old movie, I don't want to spoil it. That would ruin the whole movie if you've never seen it. But it is a pretty messed up horror movie. At the end, actually, I don't want to pull up I was going to pull up it, but all it is Brad Pitt. I can't pull up the sound clip or they'll flag my channel for it. But it's got Brad Pitt. He keeps asking, well, what's in the box? I feel like that. I feel like I'm being baited into something terrible.
As well. And yet Mac and Liar does nothing. So they say Hales needs content. I don't need neighbors across the street stalking me, defaming me, harassing me. Nobody needs that. And
Schrodinger's cat.
Do need people to see this because Levy County Sheriff are trying to do something.
Oh my God! You know the mom thing it's like the Schrodinger's cat of court claims. The whole until the box is opened. The cat isn't quick. That whole argument, the alive and unalive cat. The same thing as my mom just died. My mom isn't dead. All that stuff. It's like it's Schrodinger's mom. I never thought of that before. That's amazing. Jack's mom. I didn't know we had a case of Schrodinger's mom.
Something to me that is inappropriate, unethical, and frankly unlawful. They have an open criminal case on me, yet I've broken no laws. Okay, now they say I'm trying to film the child. Isn't that interesting? You mean the individuals that wrote signs saying things about
on
the child, and then the ripple effect went on to others and others and others and others, and now all.
By the way, Just Jay and crew, or Kaza, Rogue Moment, all you folks, man, everybody that's like having fun with that. You guys are funny. They did a stream earlier today. I was laughing about. I thought it was pretty fun. If you did not check the thing out, you definitely should. If you want to see the antics, especially of Darth Touch and paint chips, you want to see those on display, you need to check that out. It is pretty freaking funny stuff.
All of these fools are in court. What do you have to say about it, George?
Well, I do have to say that we don't need to film them for content. We were on YouTube years and years and years, long before they came along, doing just fine. We're filming for our safety, for our protection, and for accountability. Levy County Sheriff says, if you see something, say something, and they won't proceed unless it's recorded. What prompted us to record and film every single time we drove by was because John took his pew-pew and shot off at a Jeep that looked just like mine when we were up in Ohio. So number one, for our safety, we do not trust those people, and they have an Ohio civil protection order for a reason. A court found them guilty of cyber stalking and of being dangerous.
You know what's crazy about this?
100%.
In what other situation do you know where the victim has to sit online and continually tell the world, hey, these people are dangerous. I have to do this because there are PR moves to try to bury them and burn their business to the ground. And in most other instances, again, we're not talking about an accusation of something. I've talked about accusations a lot. They were, as part of this, Hales was actually accused. And Hales was accused falsely because they ended up dropping it. There's been no provable instances of anything. And yet, like I said, Hales has documented the hell out of it. And in doing that, he's come under constant attack. Of course, it's not a case of digging your feet in. I mean, part of that, sure, but it's a safety purpose. It's not, hey, I'm going to do this because. And the idea that this is them for content is so ludicrous. I mean, you think about that. If it were totally about content, why wouldn't they just go with the easy option? They could go out for the amount of money they spend. You think involving Randy for a couple of hours, and this is not a shot at Randy, by the way, this is just how that system works. So I'm not saying anything negative about Randy or fees. That's not what I mean here. But you think involving him for a couple of hours, it costs as much as a storage unit. Now, all the stress and the anxiety, the ugliness that comes with that, it doesn't come with the storage units. All they have to do, again, if it were just about content, and you can look at their numbers, that number game for just for storage and for other endeavors like quorum pushing and stuff like that, they did remarkably well, and it has none of this cost. You think that they are putting in $300,000 and not showing a return when it comes to storage units? Absolutely not. But as far as litigation, they've pumped all of this money in. What have they gotten back so far? Honestly, what have they gotten back? But they have to do something. So, I mean, this idea, again, that that's some kind of business strategy is the most absurd thing that I've ever fucking heard. You don't go out and do this to yourself.
Dangerous.
But the child, we're filming the child. Now, let me be very, very clear. I'm extremely concerned for this child's safety. Extremely. Mm-hmm. And this child cannot defend herself in these conditions. And these conditions are unsanitary. These conditions are insane. It's
squalor, and it debunks why she moved to Otter Creek. She wants to hide the fact that she moved to Otter Creek to be close to us, What the Hales, who she found on YouTube, by saying, "Oh, I moved out here because my child has a life-threatening disorder," but they're living in disgust, squalor, and just on a dump.
We just heard Crook is sick. She can't have her child around anybody.
That's true. I didn't think about that.
I said, OCC, hide the child. So the child who can't be around anybody who's sick, which we have thousands of screenshots of Lynette stating this publicly, all of a sudden is outside around Crook, who's stating he's sick.
I didn't even think about that.
This is the same guy that gave the child RSV. But she moved to Otter Creek to protect the child and get her away from viruses.
That was according to LP.
Crook is the one that almost unalived her, according to Lynette, based on a video.
All Lynette's information, and we have all of it.
It was a Facebook Live video that she posted publicly online.
Now, let me be very clear. We have no desire to film any child whatsoever for any reason.
No.
We do have extreme concern for this child's safety physically on this property, emotionally and mentally, from the abuse of these two individuals and what she goes through on a daily basis. And nobody in Levy County, nobody, especially McIntyre, is willing to do anything to protect her. The only thing that's ever going to happen to protect her is exposure and letting the planet know what's truly happening. It protects us. It protects her.
Another thing I'd like to add is that some of the officers with Levy County Sheriff have done their job. They have taken the report. They've been objective. They've been impartial. They've done their job. They've been professional. McIntyre, no. He has not been objective, not been impartial. He's just been putting in his 2 cents and putting up opinions and comments, things that he should not be saying as a law enforcement officer.
That's true.
And 100%. This guy should not be in law enforcement. It's extremely clear.
He should not be making he should not be making commentary, pro or con, about the Hales. Regardless, he should not talk about Jeremy Hales. He should not talk about George. He's supposed to be neutral. The eyes of all of that, but of course, that is a fantasy land. We've seen how that plays out, but still, it goes to show you that there is a real problem, because I believe that they have personal opinions that get in the way, but it feels like it's more than that sometimes too. Let's continue.
He's out of the league for
he
this.
He needs to zip it. He's doing a little too much of this. And this is multiple videos we've heard of him and him going off on his opinions and saying things that he shouldn't be saying as a law enforcement officer.
Sounds like he's got a personal vendetta.
The biggest concern is the state's attorney's office. They're the ones who drop the ball and choose not to do anything. When Crook got arrested, they chose not to do anything, even though one of the witnesses, an eyewitness, traveled back down in person and because the other witness didn't have the funds to come back down, or something happened where he couldn't come back down, they just dropped it.
Interesting that we have yet to hear that Channel 20 put this story on the news station on TV because they needed content. I haven't heard
That's
that yet,
true too.
But it was Lynette who was running and begging.
That's actually true too. Like, what? Where's the accusation about the media? But that never happens, by the way. You'll have people that will accuse you of this kind of stuff. I heard that in covering other cases myself. You know, oh, this is about blah blah blah. But when you look at the when you look at the places that are covering as well, like covering trial, they never say it about court TV or law and crime. It's only specific people that they throw that out. By the way, Jack's mom, thanks for fine. Where was the child at the compass game? She's usually right there, locked in the trailer. Well, that's an interesting question too, isn't it? That is very interesting, especially with the sickness angle. That's why I like the commentary with this, because there were a few things in here that I didn't even think about that were attached to it. And Just Jay also thanks for the phone. Geez, Tug, can we just focus on me some more after my epic stream? Yeah, you sound like you're channeling your inner paint chips. Holy shit, that's so funny. You did. It sounded just like you were channeling him. Oh my God. You know, I realize that there's this case going on, but let's talk about me. Oh shit. Like I said, all of Just Jay and crew. I mean, all of you. Again, I love your old show. You guys are funny. They put on a good show. They had about 170 people when I looked, and that's great for just building. You know, they've just started up and they are maintaining a good audience. But if you want to be entertained, make sure that you tune in, kick those numbers up. You know, also show certain people out there. It's funny when somebody that's established, like say Ray Bone Crusher, he can manage 60 people watching. And you have people like Just Jay, they're just starting out. I mean, we're talking about a brand new setup. They're just they're laughing about these idiots that have been part of this sideshow. Here's the thing to bring up too, I think, with them and other folks as well. But with Just Jay, for example, they're not really covering Hales as much as they're laughing at the stupid people that have gone up and they're doing this insanity. The articles that are being utilized to go after Hales. I mean, they're the absurdity to them. It's like people sometimes are walking punchlines, and I love it that there are folks out there that tell us the jokes. So anyway, check them out there. They've been very funny.
Begging Channel 20 to do an interview with her.
She said, if you want to hear the other side, you can come here.
Isn't that interesting?
Oh, wait a minute. What's going on there? What?
Yeah, you remember this?
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, boy. Let me get over there. Let me run.
There's Travis talking about it. I like it with Travis's voiceover, by the way. Oh, let me get over there. Run. I'm going to run.
Jeep. Okay. And she can't even drive the goddamn thing out there.
Wait. Sunday,
Mr. GD.
that I was selling all of her Christmas presents that everybody donated to her at the thing. I'm just telling you what he's doing.
Well, sure. No, I understand. But here's the thing. I don't know anything about that incident. All I know is what happened today. And that's what I'm here to investigate.
Well, also, again, if there's a problem with him saying things, that is a civil claim. She should know that. She is in court against Jeremy Hales. So if she has a problem with him stating something about Christmas rather than more, again, they've talked about how they're going to do this, they're going to do that, they're going to sue, all of this other bullshit. Well, they know, again, they have disbarred lawyer, they have terminated lawyer, they have Walrus who thinks they're a lawyer, so they also have Siri. Let's not forget Siri. So when you put them together, they have at least one semi-competent source in the bunch. I'm talking about, of course, Siri. No, but I mean, really, it's a civil issue. They should know that.
So
I understand.
False accused of something.
What do you call it when a judge in a court finds you guilty? Not once, not twice, 3 times so far. Is that falsely accused?
It's not frivolous and not falsely accused. It's guilty.
Evidence.
With a capital G.
G for
guilty.
I agree.
I know.
G for George. Oh wait, no.
But that's why we come out. Okay, that's why. Okay. Can you tell me what happened?
Yes.
Oh, that was funny. I thought she was gonna be like, G for me, baby. I'm George and I'm a G. That would have been really funny. I would have laughed. She should have had that little the little meme, you know, where that the little hat and sunglasses pop down on her. That would have been amazing. I loved it.
We were hanging the curtain there, blew down in the wind last night.
Yeah.
And the guy drives by with a camera.
Yeah.
Like this, holding up.
Yeah.
Drives by real slow, almost like harassment.
Right.
And then
It's harassment to drive down the road slow.
Tom was yelling at Michelle.
Yeah.
He was yelling, hide the baby, or whatever.
So what's that?
Hide the baby.
Okay.
Hide the child.
Yeah. No, I got it. Sure. Talking to. Is it Lynette or Lynette?
Did you hear what McIntyre just asked her?
Wait, is it McIntyre or is it McIntyre?
McIntyre.
Yeah, well, we definitely know we got a viewer. Somebody's watching What the Hales around the clock.
Why else would he ask her that? Is it Lynette or Lynette?
Okay. All right. The other guy you're hearing is Andrew Campbell. He is
Well,
in and
funny
out
enough,
of
though, you know, what's really fascinating about that is 2 L's. They were like, well, she's Lynette. Lynette, because you know, I would say Lynette. It was like, no, don't call her that. It was like, okay, but yeah, it is fascinating because that discussion originated there, and it's actually a valid one. Ron, thanks for the vibe. John should watch what he says. He's accusing the Orange County Choppers as PDF files. Oh, that's not smart there. Hide the child, OCC. He says OCC stands for Choppers. That's true. That's actually a very good point. So yeah, he wants to say that OCC, it didn't stand for him talking about creeper or anything. No. That's about, again, the brand Choppers. So yeah, if he's screaming out, hide the child because of them, that is pretty bad. Is he accusing them of something terrible too? They take in these weird holes, don't they? I mean, their statements do.
System in Levy County, just nonstop. He is a known. He's a rug addict. He has another rug addict who we have exposed living on the property, and this child is in danger yet again. And Lynette is publicly.
Every time I hear that, I just imagine, you know, that song, living on a, you know, the living on a prayer. Except I hear living in a shed. I mean, I can hear that in my head every time. Living in a shed.
And Crook has publicly stated, no, there's nobody. He doesn't live here. Oh, really? Well, listen to what is said to McIntyre.
It's not Lynette.
It's Lynette.
Lynette, but I do not use that name. I never have.
See, now they've changed it up again. Again, the freaking 2L, I'm telling you. Because I was like, really? So when I'm saying Lynette, I was basing that off of them saying to call her Lynette. Them. They said that. No joke. I'm not even fucking around. They said that for real. That's why when I brought it up, I would just say LP or Preston. Because again, you know, they've brought up their names in court. They cannot file litigation and then be expected not to be mentioned. That is absurdity that they thought that, and they've tried to file claims in courtrooms saying you can't use their name. That's absolute absurdity to say. But I didn't use their name until I was like, okay. Yeah, Max Lab thinks with it too. I think OCC means Ohio County Coward. I thought it meant, well, you know, I also saw them say creeper. You know, the last word is creeper. Because their chat exploded with a lot of discussion about it. But again, they were doing damage control. You also have to think these are people that they went to the worst possible thing you could call somebody. So what descriptor would you use? Like if you were thinking in the worst way for C, you know, and you were involving claims with kids and more, I would think that. That's why I say that. Yeah, Cunning Linguist said the same thing there too. I think it's creeper personally. I think they lied about what they were calling it. You know, because again, I saw them. They did a big stream talking about all of that stuff. I think they went in, and when they tried to hide it, I also think they tried to minimize what they were calling it. You know, instead of coward. Like I said, I think they were calling him a creeper. That's just my personal opinion on that. You know, but as Lori says too, there was a Facebook page called OCC or the Coward there that throws it in. He told Mac and Liar it was Orange County Chopper. Yeah, well, like I said, there was way back. There was an entire discussion about the sign that had been posted. You remember the signs that were posted in the lawn that had that on there? And it became this huge talking point because they were like, no, that doesn't actually mean any of this. It doesn't mean coward. It doesn't mean blah, blah, blah. And I'll have to go back and get the screenshots for it because some of the major players that were in there were instituting it as the word creeper. And I was like, huh. You know, again, the problem with that is they've put it out there. And then they had their PR machine go out and throw it out and be like, I wonder what it could mean. Wink, wink, nod, nod. You know, and again, when it was left out in the open, that's where it becomes worse and worse. But yeah, I mean, that is good information there, Lori. Appreciate that. Just J Hip, by the way, thank you for 5 gifted memberships there too. Thank you, Just J Hip. I appreciate that, man. Like I said, you guys need to come on one day. I need to get y'all on here for real. I think we could have a fun live stream. We should go over a couple of those links. You know what would be a crazy live stream? I think would be fun is you guys, Shizzy, and myself. We should put all of us on a stream together and just have a good time. You know, Megalodon's foe. She wants to come into. I mean, we could just have a party of it. It could just be one insane freaking discussion. I think that would be a lot of fun.
It's Hales.
Okay.
My name is Michelle.
Michelle.
Yeah.
Michelle Preston. You prefer Michelle?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why use it in a courtroom then? I don't understand. If you hate the name and you don't want it used, then why use it in court? That doesn't make sense to me. Will somebody explain that one to me? I just need that. Angela, by the way, thank you for the find there. Thank you, Tug. I appreciate you. Loyal fan. Well, thank you there too. And to note, like when we're talking about stuff like here with Max, kind of linguist, Laura, everybody, if we're having a discussion, we just to note, everything is positive in that. You know, there are details like there are details in this. This story is so big. Usually you can track one and you can say, well, I've watched it from A to Z, or maybe I've watched it from D to Z, you know, so I need to go back and look at A, B, C. But unfortunately, it's like this. If you were looking at it in an alphabet term, it's like we've branched off so much that in some places, people have started speaking foreign languages and binary, you know, it's like, what the heck is going on? So it is insane to keep up with. But yeah, anything that's brought up, appreciate you folks there. Nancy, by the way, thanks for the 10 there. Jeremy says video stands for orange. Orange. I said Orange Creek, Otter Creek Coward. Well, thank you for that too, Nancy. Like I said, I need to pull up the screenshots of what I'm talking about though, because it is crazy. Like when you look at it, and again, they went out regardless of meaning. What it was not. Let's go with that. The best way to approach that is, what wasn't it? It was not about motorcycles. I would say that's 100%. Would everyone agree on that one? Because I would say 100% with it. That's what that is. I mean, these people though, they are so bizarre. And they think that's so creative too. We made a polyfop in OCC. Oh my God, are you kidding me? We made up royal flush. Oh Lord, help me. I feel like I feel like watching some of this stuff they do makes me dumber by the day. I'm gonna become monosyllabic. Whoa, what's going on? I'm gonna have to rehab myself after this.
I got you.
I gotta say, this woman is not very good at lying. She's not very good at lying. She goes, I never go by Lionite. I go by Michelle. Really? Because the court documents say otherwise.
Indeed.
When she ran for counsel twice,
oh yeah,
she used Lionette. That says otherwise. Her biological adult.
That's true too. I forgot about her running for counsel. Yes, indeed. So when she runs for counsel, she runs under the name too. This is somebody though. Again, when they do things like there's a public record of, and again, you know, you can have nicknames and everything else. Like for me, for example, my real name shortens down. So also, heck, on you know, that umbrella guy, people shorten it to TUG. You know, that TU umbrella G guy. So Tug. You know. Does that sound like weird and creepy on the internet? Yeah, sometimes, but that's the beautiful thing about that too. If your name acts, you know, unintentionally shortened down to something that could be like that, and you're like, yeah, fun times, then you can take anything. Like nobody can ever insult you. I love it. But getting back on the trail with this, she files claims, runs for office and more, but says, I don't use that name. You do. You use it in an official capacity. So what the fuck are you talking about? I don't get it. Debbie, by the way, sent a Cash App. Thank you, Debbie. Or Deborah. I said Debbie. See, my mind is going blank. Deborah. Gosh, I don't know what's going on in my head today. It could be the byproduct, man. It could be just this case making me crazy and dumber. But I'm sorry, Deborah. If you go by Debbie, great. That'd be awesome. But if you don't, I did not mean to butcher your name. It's bad when I can butcher a name in front of me like that. Deborah, thank you for that. Thank you for the support there. And as always, it is much appreciated for sure. Oh man, some days.
Daughters only know her as Lacey, and then her ex stepchildren only know her as Lacey, which is her stripping dance pole name, whatever.
Ruby. Wait, who's George?
That's true. Actually,
anybody know who George is?
That's one of my favorite things that's come up, by the way. Who's George? Remember Darth Touch, the people we started talking about? They didn't even know who George was. They were writing articles about the Hales and about this story, how much they knew the protective order and stuff. They didn't even know one of the parties in the protective order. Like, that's the insanity to it. They didn't even know who George was. A party to it. But they're talking about videos and more. They're making commentary on what Hales is doing, Hales is saying. Are you telling me that that women are invisible to you? Is that what it is? I don't know. It's a very strange thing. Who's George indeed? George is like, look at her gritted there.
Okay, so we got Lacey, Ruby, Alexis. Mm-hmm. The list literally goes on.
There are a lot of A-list.
Her oldest daughter's name is Michelle.
She changes her name as she changes her location and the grifting.
39
plus aliases.
The scamming.
Mm-hmm.
All righty. And then, what was your name, sir? Andrew. Andrew what? Campbell.
Andrew Campbell.
I know we have your information. I know we have your information. I know we got his information. I don't know if we have
fascinating.
As always, I'm going to do a report on it. But definitively, John was not talking to Hales.
Not even directed towards him.
Okay. I have video of the
Look, that's Bruce, by the way.
That video, what you guys are saying corroborates what I saw in the video.
Why would McIntyre tell Andrew that he already has all his information?
That didn't sound like. Let me hear that voice again. That did not sound like Andrew.
I have video of the incident.
It actually sounded like Bruce.
That video,
was that Andrew?
Corroborates what I saw.
Let me just make sure.
Why would McIntyre tell Andrew?
Sorry. Because when you heard the speaking, did that not sound like Bruce though?
Andrew what? Campbell.
Like, okay, I hear that
I
voice,
know-
but remember Bruce is on the phone too. Let me just make sure.
We have your information. I know we have your
I just-
information. I know we
I
have
just
his
heard it.
information. I don't know if we have your information. As always, I'm going to do a report on it. But definitively,
Let me listen. just
John
to
was
make sure.
not talking to Hales.
Not even directed towards them.
Okay. I
No,
have video.
it's
of
just
the-
they have an
Hales provided me with
inflection
that
that is
video.
a
What you guys
lot
are
alike.
saying
That's
corroborates
strange.
what I saw in the video.
Why would Mac?
Bruce has Bruce doesn't have. It's not just regional. What would I call it? What's the best way? He has a smarmy way about it. You know, it's kind of a douchebagginess. You know, an air of let me put out my pinky finger because I'm better than you. That's kind of, I guess that's what I picked up on that. You know, usually you pick it up, but it's kind of almost unique to Bruce, the way that he presents that. Isn't it strange? So I was like, is that him? In my headphones, it may sound different. I'm curious what it sounds like without my headphones on too. But yeah, that was the other guy. You could hear it, but that was very strange. That was very strange. 1 second here. Tammy, thanks for the 5 there. What about what Lynette said about the PDF used by Cook? Needs to be protected. Well, and that's the thing. Actually, you know, she's made several claims. And the other day, too, just to note, she put out a statement that, again, she was essentially talking about Shara leaking information, talking about old discussions. And when she was talking about it, she's essentially confirming that letters that Shara has put out are real. You know, and I think that is one of the more surprising details. I was shocked that Bruce went out and confirmed it. You know, oh yeah, these are 100%, because in a court, you know, regardless of whether they are or not, typically you make the other party prove it. You financially bleed them, you know, but you make them work for it. You make them prove it. You don't go out and admit that that's. But then again, maybe they were hoping that would minimize damages coming out of that. Coming out of that account. Now, it does make me wonder, by the way, if there was these communications and they didn't turn over discovery materials that were related to some of that stuff. That could be fascinating as well, because what did we really see turned over with discovery? Now, again, we could be shocked by something, but as far as I understand, the discovery return on things was little to nothing. You know, and like I said, we know that there were discussions. We know conversations were going on and stuff. All these discussions, anything that was supposed to be happening on phone and more, all of that was supposed to be turned over. Well, Bruce didn't turn anything over, and then there's no defense for it. He just abandoned the case. I'm sorry, he was terminated. But let's be honest. If you read his statement, it very much reads like, I'm not going to continue anymore. It's too expensive to do this. It hurts me too much. Therefore, I need a jet. It sounds like I thought I was going to get a payday, but I don't think I may get my payday anymore. You know, it looks a little bit like work. I keep waiting for people in the ecosystem to question that, to actually say, hey, this guy, again, he did all of this stuff. Isn't that damage? But of course they didn't. Of course not. They just, well, actually, I should take that back. A few did. I saw a few statements here and there that questioned stuff, but they quickly had their asses snap back in line, and they walked with it too. They're like, okay, I'm sorry. It's so weird. All right, continue.
Mackinlier tell Andrew that he already has all his information.
That would be because Andrew's been arrested multiple times, and his information is already in the system.
Oh. Yeah. And Lynette says, yeah, we've got footage of it as well. Now, get ready for the lie, because there's going to be a very significant lie that doesn't show up in Mackinlier's report. There's no camera footage given as evidence either, even though Lynette says these things. And you've got Mackinlier going, oh, yeah, your story collaborates what I saw, except
he left out a very important detail why you called in the first place.
Except I wonder what Ohio is going to say. Well, we already know what they're going to say. The civil protection order was broken yet again, and Crook will be found guilty. Now, if we could get Ohio to actually go after McIntyre as well, that'd be great.
Unfortunately, law enforcement officers, they enjoy a type of privilege, immunity, that you as a citizen would never come close to. And that immunity is insane, and it is hard to break. And they know that. They absolutely know that. I find that to be sad in many cases. When they're out, they're doing things they 100% should not be doing. A lot of times, even if they get in trouble, you know what happens with police? You'll find this in videos over and over again. What happens is they will quit instead of being fired, and they will get rehired with another place. Meanwhile, if there's a settlement, it doesn't come out of them. They never actually pay anything. It's you and I, the taxpayers. We end up paying when they actually do get a conviction on something. But if you go in and you look at all these cases, very rarely do you see police officers that forget being held to any standard. They actually do not get fired for things. It's crazy. I mean, I watch a lot of the procedural channels. A lot of the lawyers that bring up, just absolutely insane violations of people's rights. They sue over and they win. And what you'll find is the police officers fairly rarely admit as a department any kind of culpability. If they have to, they will. But typically what they try to do is they try to settle behind the scenes. And then these people just keep working. So no wonder you have a problem there. If you had a method where money came out of their retirement, if they actually had to pay, this shit would clean up real fast. It would. And again, I realize there's two sides of that too. There are some terrible people out there that they will sue, defraud, and more. Sometimes the same type of people I'm talking about, that, I don't know, sue the FBI while they're convicting you of doing terrible things. Patience. Wait. I mean, I don't know what that was about. Continue.
Nobody should ever be contacting anybody about any of these individuals. That is our life story. And yeah, we hate that we have to live through this, but the only protection we have is to share all this.
So do we. We have camera of it.
So it corroborates what you're saying. That's what I heard on the video too. Hide the child or something similar. Additionally, OCC. But during that time, I could see that you were not looking at Hales. You were looking.
Exactly. And I'm sending videos to Undersheriff Beecham every day.
Are you?
Yeah. Okay. Every day, because Hales does this every day.
Oh no! Jeremy drives from his own property to his other properties that he's owned because he owns them, and he has every legal right on the road to drive from one to the other. Now, Let me be extremely clear, because I think there's a massive misperception here on McIntyre, or he's just a pathetic liar. Our properties do not touch. 70-plus acres on the ranch property, 4-plus acres on the schoolhouse property. There's only one main driveway to the ranch house on the ranch property.
Imagine the amount of resources that are expended on that. Every day, videos being put in, false calls and more. Think about the amount of resources that are being just channeled falsely into this mess. That's crazy, isn't it? By the way, Tammy, thanks for the 5 there. 1000% reason why that little angel needs to be removed. Why? Excuse me. Why doesn't the look at that? They said a lot. With that again, I go on the discussion again. I leave that up to an authority, but I will say this. On that discussion, LP herself brings up red flags and says that the child made accusations. Now, immediately when that is brought up, what do we have? We have people like Marla that come in and they not only excuse it, they put out this this type of damage control that's just, it's crazy to hear. It's like, wait a minute. And yeah, like you said, I mean, these are people that profess they're in this to make sure safety more. Is it safe for somebody to be around someone that is abusing another person in the home? Is that safe? Is it safe to be around a raging alcoholic? Again, because these are claims by themselves. Would those not be red flags? And then we get into the more distinct accusations there. And again, I want to preface this by saying, you know, I'm not telling you in any way, shape, or form to contact anyone associated with this case or government officials and whatnot, because litigious assholes out there need this PD and need this public announcement about things. They need a little PDA. They need a public display of affection. No, they need somebody to tell you that we're not contacting anybody, because we are not. We know that the system ultimately has failed on that, but I think that everything should be cataloged. I think that every claim that she has noted should be put out there, and more than that, because that Bruce mailed pictures of that child and other folks and told us to cover that too. So he brought us into that conversation. It's fascinating when their attorney tells you to, right? Because he brought up saying, oh, well, look at him. Everybody looks happy, right? Okay, well, he's asking you to look into that. Thank you, Bruce. Appreciate it.
U-shaped or horseshoe-shaped drive on the schoolhouse property. Those properties do not touch. They are not connected. There's property in between them. So, oh no, we're sending videos to undersheriff every day of Jeremy driving on a public road, filming for my own safety. Jeez, if you don't want to do that, don't stalk people. They've been found guilty. Guilty. I've been found innocent.
Well,
they're guilty.
Unfortunately, if you don't like the laws on that, it goes beyond this, okay? It goes well beyond that. If you're out in the public, you have the right. First of all, you can be filmed out in public, period. But people that are in the public, if they are on the highway, sidewalk, whatever, they can film. They are allowed to go by filming. There are certain things that you are not allowed to do. Again, you know, we've talked about those. And she knows about that. She has had police tell her about that too. So for her to send that in, she knows they're not violation. And Teresa, 100%. Thanks for the vibe. Paying attention is free. Not paying attention can cost you. That is indeed true. That is 100% true. That is 100% true in anything in life too. 100%.
Wrong here in this situation.
Look at the wall we got. Mr. Campbell, how do you spell your first name?
All you who gave money for this pathetic fence that doesn't, number one, is illegal. It's in the right of way. Number two, you can see right over it. And then they put more tin on it. And you can see right over that.
The utility pole is behind it.
The fence.
And they're hanging curtains and sheets and the whole deal. What are they trying to hide? But what's the thing that Crook is complaining about? It was a freaking fence.
Free freaking fence. And he's complaining about the wall. For us, it's been a blessing, and for the entire street. Everyone has said it's been a blessing. They no longer have to look at that eyesore of a property, and they don't even have to worry about cleaning it, since she was so concerned that she had to clean up her property because they were going to come and take the child.
But unfortunately, I can still see it. I have a very large truck, and the road is well raised above the level of where the fence is. So I can smell it too. Oh, I wish it was way higher than it is.
CAMBREW.
Okay, and Campbell, is that CAMP?
PV, yeah. BELL.
BELL. Date of birth?
8583.
8583. Data or good phone number reach yet?
Pardon me?
Good phone number for you?
It's
Okay, I was just making sure it muted it out. It's supposed to, but
you live here.
Did Lynette just answer for Andrew?
Yeah, did you hear that?
You heard Sergeant.
You live here.
Lieutenant, whatever he is, whatever
Lackey. Lackey Mackinliar. Lackey Mackinliar. Okay.
Ask Andrew, who is the rug addict that lives on their property. Do you live here? And Lynette answers for him.
Yes.
Yes. So isn't that crazy? So they made this huge, okay, so this should be a huge talking point, by the way, too, because they went out of their way to say that they were going to sue all of us, that he talked about the police report. Why? Because he didn't live there. You remember that. It was a huge threat. They made public threats towards myself and toward Megan Fox, saying that we would all be sued because that was 100% false. Well, I just want to say, you lied. You lied big time. I mean, isn't that crazy? Like I say, they went out of their way to tell the world that we were falsely reporting that. When again, the police had put it in their report. We're like, hey, we're just going by what the police said. The police think you live there. Well, apparently so does the property owner. So yet that is yet another messed up lie. They themselves they've debunked it, but at the same time, I imagine that they'll still come back and say, no. Somehow, in some way, that's not real. I mean, you heard it, but that doesn't count. Isn't that fascinating?
It's interesting because I've exposed this as another rug addict living on the property. Literally a revolving door of rug addicts around this child. This child is in danger. Pure and simple.
This is his second time living on the property.
And she has denied it, calling me a liar, calling George a liar. Constant. We're lying. And yet,
smoking mirrors is what she said. That's the term she likes to use. Yes. Smoking mirrors.
And yet literally everything we say.
Is that really? I don't know. Maybe my brain just zoned out. Smoking mirrors? Is that actually? Holy shit. That is pretty funny. Smoking mirrors. Holy God. Oh, how is this real? Oh my God. The mirrors are smoking. Oh, something else is smoking too. I mean, for real. Smoking mirrors.
So, as truth. Truth. Yet again.
And this
more
time it's
truth.
On Levy County Sheriff's, their own video.
So, all of you fools that believe her lies, you're not helping the child. You're actually encouraging them. You are emboldening them. You're supporting them to continue to have this child in very unhealthy situations, circumstances, living conditions.
So this is funny. You can hear me probably clicking here and there. I've been organizing some screenshots that I have downloaded while we're talking. And I just ran across the Andrew Campbell police report. If you don't remember that, by the way, it was pretty awful stuff. You know, you have him, the arrest. Oh my God. I'll have to bring that up again. It's so crazy. But I also found this police report too. I found the one where they're talking about this and the Orange County choppers and all of that. So we can see the interaction versus, I think, I may put together a video where I take that public video and I take the police and what they say about what transpired, put them together and see what exactly is omitted. You know, that would be an interesting parallel if you just took the raw video and you put that with it, don't you think?
With different individuals. Crook being one of them, Lynette being another of them.
Well, her own attorney, not her attorney anymore, even said that her walking on the busy and dangerous Highway 19 was insane when she was pushing the child in a stroller.
Well, he's also called them white trailer trash. Well,
can't argue there.
They don't have a trailer. I can't argue. They don't have a trailer. They don't have teeth either. No home. No trailer. They're in a shed with no plumbing.
Brilliant. And you have a Florida driver's license, correct? I don't need it right now, but if I can find about this name and date of birth?
No.
Okay.
It's a false police report. Is there a law against it?
It's so.
These are false police reports. They're actually allowed to report anything when they're Becky. Thanks for 3 months. I thought the phrase was smoke and mirrors. Yes. No, you're right. Do you have to take it? No, actually, you have to take her word on it. Yes. Listen and believe, baby. Listen and believe. That's what makes it funny. You know, we went from smoke and mirrors, you know, obfuscation. Oh, you're hiding things behind, you know, it's all smoke and mirrors. You put together an illusion to the mirror smoking, you know, because it has a bad cigarette habit. It's so expensive. LaWanda, thanks for the vibe. Smoke and mirrors. Oh my God. I need a shirt that says that. You know what? I need that umbrella guy. I'm going to go make one real fast when we're doing this with a shirt that says, he's wearing it that says smoking mirrors. That's so funny. I think I'll make it while we're doing this.
Yeah,
The last four were as well.
Hold on. Yes and no. Okay.
Let's
False
see.
police reports is more
ChatGPT.
for somebody that is intentionally lying.
Yep.
Hold on.
You don't get it.
Hold on. It's for somebody that's knowingly putting out false information. And in this situation like this, I can't prove that. You know, he can say that you guys were talking to him, right, all day, but I can't, like, how do I put it? That statute is more for somebody says, you hit me. And then evidence corroborates that. That never occurred. That incident never occurred.
Like putting signs up all around the town on major highways saying I ARPed a 3-year-old never occurred. Never would have occurred. Never will occur. That's false.
Or putting a sign up saying OCC.
Oh, yeah. Orange County choppers. Hide
Yeah.
the child. Orange County choppers. I love them.
See, that's a good point right there. All of you
Orange
brought up.
County choppers.
What does OCC stand for?
Otter
Creek.
McIntyre? Crook? Otter Creek Crook.
Otter
We're
Creek
talking about
Crook.
misunderstandings and whether Andrew
There you go.
or
That's the
Jeremy
actual
believes
name.
that you were talking to him or whether you're talking to somebody else on the property, that statute doesn't apply.
Well, he got what he wanted. The camera that goes over our fence right now is recording you, and it's going to be on the internet tonight.
This is exactly what he wanted. He needs
Got what he
content.
wanted.
Yeah.
He's out of content and he's lost in court. I'm winning.
Yeah. Well,
I'm winning head over
well,
heels.
there you go.
Where are you winning? Oh my God. Does she really believe that she's winning right now? Honestly? Again, we have no idea what is happening on federal court. So let's just go through this, though, okay? Let's look at the cases. There is the protective order. She dropped, you know, her attempt. That's a loss, I would say, right? The thumbnail case, it dropped. That's a loss. The trespass fine dropped. That's a loss. Counterclaims dropped 2 of 3. I'm going to say that's a loss. Protective order against. They lost. Violation of the protective order. They lost. Violation again of the protective order. They lost. So, I mean, you see how that comes together. Plus, we were told that this case would never go forward at all. You remember that? This case, it will never be able to go forward. There is no way in the world that this case, it will be able to. Remember, they'll knock it down. I'm sure all of you remember Bruce saying all of that. Well, the case is continuing to go forward. How do they think? Their lawyer is afraid to go to the court, and he freaking disappeared off the case. Like, how the fuck is that a win? Oh my God. I feel like I'm being gaslit every time. I mean, there's this reality, and then there's the denial. You can feel like you have a strong argument in the case, but there's no way in the world that shit is winning. That is the opposite of winning. Rad's ass, thanks for two. She's smoking what's on the mirror. You know what? That makes sense. You know? The stuff on the mirror is smoking. Okay. Tracy, thanks for the two. My mirror smokes. My mirror didn't smoke. That's actually pretty funny. That is really funny. I like that. Jack's mom, thanks for the 10. You know, she picked the absolute wrong person to stalk and to scam. That's true. If she pulled this stuff with anyone who didn't film everything, her lies wouldn't be out there for all to see. Yes, that actually, you know, and stuff like this, unfortunately, you have you have this lesson that comes up, and it says, you can't trust anybody because you don't know. And I hate that. When I say that, I hate it because many of you are amazingly good people. You are amazing people. And I do not want, when I say this, to in any way, shape, or form throw shade towards you all. Because again, so many good people I've run across. But at the end of the day, when people are going out, presenting something, asking for things and more, like, that's why I don't typically share GoFundMes, because I've seen so many frauds on there. That's why I don't have a lot of conversations with people online, especially if so with email communications, if my communication seems a little blunt, sometimes I'm hurrying. First of all, there's a lot of communications, but also, it's an issue. It's a real issue. And it ruins it for other people, good people out there. Max Lab, thanks for the 2 there. The incident happened in jail. Yes, indeed. The police report is together. The FOIA request, though, takes months to get. Remember, when it's an active investigation, as they like to say, the ThATuMBRELLAgUY we're talking about, you can't pull up stuff. Sometimes you won't be able to get that. But what is an active investigation? That's interesting. And LaWanda, thanks for the 5 there. The new meaning of winning in their dictionary. That's true. Winning, see winning. I guess that's what it means. What does winning mean? Well, see winning.
Is your stupid meter on? Did you hear what Lynette just said?
Too much. Okay, I can't take this.
He needs content
Oh my
because he
goodness.
lost,
Oh
and
my
I'm
goodness.
weaning. Coming
Oh my
from
goodness.
the woman who says, my mom died, my mom didn't die.
Yeah.
Coming from the woman who filed frivolous lawsuits and voluntarily withdrew 3 of them within 1 year, and having multiple attorneys abandon her.
Yeah. Wait, hold a second. Coming from the woman who's been found guilty, now has civil protection order against her, then found guilty of contempt, then found guilty again for contempt. Again, I can't stress this enough. Every issue we've brought to the courts, they've been found guilty of.
Yes.
This issue, they will be found guilty of as well. This is going to court. McIntyre's pathetic fool. He should never even be on the force. It will be guilt. 100%. Now, let's see.
How is she winning? Tell me how she's winning.
Well, she does have a lawsuit now, $55,000 plus damages going against her. Yeah,
which isn't over yet. It's still an active lawsuit.
Oh, she has sanctions and legal fees against her for the thumbnail case.
Which she dodged the deposition.
How much was that for, by the way? Wait, let's go back and see something. Isn't that funny? How much was that for?
Guilt. 100%.
Did you hear that?
Now, let's see.
How is she winning? Tell
Just
me
listen
how
to
she's
this.
winning.
Well, she does have a lawsuit now, $55,000 plus damages going.
55. How much did how much was she given by one donor? Huh. So again, the crazy thing is in the immediate, in the cash in, they may think, oh man, I'm making all this money. But at the end of the day, they don't. I mean, they're looking at potentially not just losing that, but losing everything. So I mean, maybe it's a cash in the immediate, hoping other people also will guard your money and more. That's wild too. Having somebody sit on your money and try to hide it. That's pretty messed up. But what do I know though, right? What do I know? By the way, thank you. Cajun Bayou Queen. That sounds like a good song, actually. You can make a good song about that. Make a cool, love song. It reminds me of something I would think comes from the band. If you've never heard them, you should check them out. 12 Rounds. I'd like to hear the lady that sings with the band 12 Rounds do a song like that, like a creepy, a love song with a twist. That'd be really cool. But anyway, so off topic there, but I like your name. It's cool. Thank you. Thank you for the membership.
against
her,
Yeah,
which
for
isn't
filing
over
a
yet. It's
frivolous
still an
lawsuit.
active lawsuit.
Oh, she has sanctions and legal fees against her for the thumbnail case,
which she dodged the deposition
Oh my
for
God.
for the
Okay.
trespass 5, right?
She also voluntarily dismissed the injunction that she was trying to get on me because there was absolutely nothing I did illegal as well. And
Silverman, her
still-
attorney,
Silver
has
scam.
withdrawn and is no longer associated
He
with her.
was going to have to pay for that. Deuce won't even show up in Pensacola.
I found something funny.
This is just absolute. How can she be?
Stark has
Stark's in trouble. Huge trouble. How could anybody be so foolish to think she's winning? She's literally about to lose.
Stark is in big trouble.
She's being sued for $55,000 plus damages,
Check this
sanctions,
out.
and legal fees.
What do you
She
think?
has to pay our legal fees in
It's
Ohio.
all
She's
smoking
going back to
mirrors.
court in Ohio for contempt yet again, and an extension.
I was playing with the like it's all in a suit because you got to be safe. All that smoking mirrors out there. Oh my God. Oh Lord, I'm gonna play with that some more while we're talking about with AI.
Permanent extension. We have proof they were attempting to hire a hitman, and
That's
She's on
crazy.
Two active federal lawsuits, which isn't over yet. So again, someone at home, please explain to me how she's weaning. I'm weaning, she says. He's losing. I'm weaning head over heel. That's a joke, just like her lawyer.
But I'm going to do a report, as always. Okay? And we'll kind of go from there, right?
I didn't record this.
At this,
I'll FOIA it.
at this point, there's not going to be any kind of criminal charges or anything passed. Okay? I'm just going to unpound the whole incident. And I got his statement, I've got the reporting, and I've got your statement.
Oh wow, a shocker. There won't be any type of criminal involvement. Shocker, I am totally shocked. These are the people that couldn't find a violation of a protective order when somebody entered a building with the other person in there and did not leave, knowing full well they were there, having a small town, like the court said, seeing the vehicle outside, very easy to tell they're there. Even when they went in, they continued their business. Or how about what happened at the town hall? Again, those 100% easily proven violations of a protective order, because protective orders are about distance away from a person. You must remove yourself. It's not confusing. It is not a confusing thing at all. Levy County, though, just doesn't give a fuck about victims. Let's be real about it. Can we just be real? I hate this idea that we're supposed to pretend that there's not this weird problem there.
Statements and everything, so I'm good with how it lies right now. I'm not planning on doing anything.
how do you know the cops are coming if you're innocent and you didn't do anything?
Did you hear her? She said, we already knew you were coming.
Yeah. People who are guilty, who just committed a crime, who just broke civil protection orders, know that the cops are going to be called on them and they're coming. That's it.
And if
Pure
you,
and simple.
And if you're filming every day, how come the cops don't show up every day?
Yeah, that's interesting. And they go on to say
That's
that
true,
I've
too.
tried to weaponize
That's actually
having a
true.
civil protection order. If I've weaponized a civil protection order, if you've weaponized a civil protection order, we would be at the flea market every weekend. And yet to date, we have never, ever gone. And we could. We have every legal right to.
We've driven past it 100
Yes,
times.
you
but
don't
we've never
actually
went
have
there.
to. As the victim, you do not have to change up anything you do. That's 100%. You are allowed to go out and live your life. You are not the reason that the protective order exists. You did not violate anything. You are the victim. And it is amazing to me in this instance. And again, I have seen protective orders that have been weaponized. We've covered cases with that where they have been weaponized. And it disgusts me because in those cases, you can tell. You can 100% verifiably tell that people are going out, they are looking for problems. But in this, no. It's so ridiculous, man. Anyway.
Year and a half, we've had one incident at Walmart. One incident at Walmart with Crook. One. How's that weaponizing a civil protection order when we live across the street from each other? Year and a half, one time.
Well, remember, I was at Walmart and my cart almost hit their cart. That's how close it was. And Lynette did the right thing by looking at him. He looked like panicked. And she's like, just say nothing, keep walking. And I let it go. If I was weaponizing it, I would have started filming them. And
Isn't that fascinating, by the way? Did they leave Walmart? I'm curious about that. Or did they continue with their shopping? Did they actually, walk away? That it's not just a walk away. It's leave. You have to be X amount of feet away. It's quite a bit. There is no way that they can be doing their business in Walmart, you doing your business without that. So I'm curious. They should have immediately been going to get out of the store. I mean, that's how it works. I've been through, unfortunately, I've seen protective orders and how ridiculous, how nonsensical trying to get somebody to actually listen to you when there's violations of it. Or it is. I've been there. It's awful. I feel for them on that, because getting the authorities, you get this thing, you go through, and yet what really happens sometimes. Jack's mom, by the way, thanks for the 5. Last for me, probably. If they present a non-indigent status to Ohio, do you think they'll fine more, make them come to Ohio? I don't know. What'll happen eventually is the fines. What really hits them isn't the fine of like $50 or $100. It's the lawyer fees that eat you up, because they're talking about being on the line for a few $1,000s for the first one. Okay, well, now that they get hit again for it, you're talking about a few $1,000 more. Like what you really should be asking here is, where's the money for these funds coming from? How are they paying that? And if there's a person out there that is funding that, who is it? Who's allowing this to transpire? Isn't that wouldn't you think that would be a question that demands answer? I do. By the way, check this out. Check this out here. Like, here's another one. Like smoking mirrors. What do you think? That's pretty good, I think. I played around with those. But yeah, that will open a whole another can of worms, though, if that actually does come up. That would be crazy if they actually have that been done. Wanda, thanks, Bob. Smoking mirrors needs part of Megan's musical. That's true. That would be funny. You could have like a fun house smoking mirrors. Cage Bio Queen also, thanks for the 2 months. My stepdad lives in Chiefland, and he even says so many officers are corrupt. I can imagine, man, when you get in these tiny towns, that's when people talk about the old boys club and corruption. That's where you get them really bad.
Making a stink out of it, and then calling Levy County Sheriff on
They actually did the right thing at that point. They left. And so you don't have to call the sheriff if they don't break the civil protection order. They are ordered to leave immediately. They leave. They left. Now, we've also are bringing the post office to us at the schoolhouse. They've been found guilty of breaking the civil protection order at the post office.
For her showing up at the post office. So we
don't even want to go anymore.
There were times where I was at the post office. This is before they started doing local pickup and picking up the packages from our whatnot auctions, where Crook would see me at the post office and he would keep driving. He did the right thing. If I was weaponizing it, I would have filmed him and called Levy County Sheriff.
The only time the cops are coming is when you did something illegal. There is no weaponization. They just blatantly keep breaking the civil protection order to the point where we put our dream property up for sale. So much so we want nothing. We don't want them anywhere near us ever.
And what's crazy,
we know what food pantries
they've been talking about the property. So they've been talking about the property, after it was brought up for auction. So they have made sure to try to poison the marketing of the property as well. Isn't that crazy? Like these PR weirdos that are out there, when they talk about that, you're not just talking about the damage of a business forcing people to leave their dream property, but also trying to cage them essentially so they can continue harassment. It sounds like somebody's doing all of that. What's the accusation? Oh yeah, for YouTube content, doesn't it? Because if they lose the Hales, if they don't have them around anymore, where'd their dollar dues go? Whoops.
Do you see us
Yes,
dropping
yeah.
off donations?
I held it down
We
like,
do get those. Nope.
Well,
That's
they
funny.
found out about it from watching our
From
YouTube
watching
videos,
us, from
from
giving.
going there and donating. We would be there volunteering if we were weaponizing our CPO.
Oh, do you think we'd be in Ohio right now if we were weaponizing the civil protection orders? I mean, we are here for court, but besides the point, we want nothing to do with them. They
We're here for
know
court.
they broke the
Ooh.
law. That's why she says, we know you're coming.
We stopped out in front of my gate.
My cameras.
Earlier?
Earlier.
I was working over here.
Well, part of that was that Jeremy was talking about that sign over there, the OCC sign, and I was.
Orange County Shoppers.
So, anyway,
Why does McIntyre cut him off with it? Anyway,
So if you remember, Crook told when McIntyre asked him, "Do you know why I'm here?" He's like, "Well, Hales drove by and I said, OCC, hide the child."
Yeah.
and now
Does that
OCC
make
Yeah,
any
that
sense
doesn't
what
make any
OCC
sense, does
stands
it?
for?
Orange County Choppers, and McIntyre knows he's lying.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah.
Knows he's lying. Doesn't call him out on it. Great detective work, McIntyre. We know
They
you're
just don't
watching.
want the-
We know the entire office.
They
is
just
watching.
don't want to work, man. You know, ultimately, you're not high. You could be a high profile, and you could get them a couple of headlines here and there. But as far as where they've dug in, where they've done nothing, if they suddenly did, what would that do? What would that say? What would that open? So of course, they're not going to do anything. It's scary.
Watching.
It's actually
Great
a
detective
scary
work.
proposition.
If you were me, you'd be fired immediately. You're pathetic. You're a coward for not protecting the people that actually have protection orders.
It does
for
interestingly work for
actually
you.
Emboldening the criminals.
Check this out.
Oh,
Here's
OCC,
another one.
Orange County Choppers. And so what is he going to do? Oh, anyway. And then he puts in his written report. Oh, it means Orange County Choppers. They're big fans. Yeah, that makes a whole lot of sense. Then.
Line that lies for him.
Guilty of smoking mirrors.
Somebody's talking to Polly. You're talking about getting me a Harley.
That's because we had the Northern Sons here for Christmas, and they brought my daughter a motorcycle. 7 of the bike group was here, and they brought her a motorcycle.
I don't care about the sign necessarily. It's more about I was out here because when he called emergency service.
That's fascinating. So the police, they don't even care about it. It really. See, again, they seem to have this issue with signs, don't they? They seem to have this strange issue with, I don't care about signs. I think they've made that clear before, though. I think that's probably the most realistic statement I've seen from them.
Services. When he called for a response, he mentioned that there was a sign. I was driving by before I made contact with him to see if I could see the sign. But it's on the inside of that property.
Right.
That's all it was.
25 feet.
And I want
So that's why I drove by before. Then I went to go respond to him. Then I watched the video. Then I came here.
So we're on the same page. Crook has already created a Facebook page called the Otter Creek Coward, the Coward of Otter Creek, OCC, Otter Creek Coward. Okay. Now, to catch them in their own lies again, you can see in many of our videos, this sign has been up way before Christmas, way before Christmas, and it's correlated with the Facebook page. But I didn't call him about the sign. I called him about the verbal communication. It's the verbal communication. OCC, Otter Creek Coward, correlated with Jeremy Hales. Now, they've deleted the page, the spoilage of evidence. It's still, the sign is communication with me breaking the civil.
Well, it also backs up what he's saying about, well, there was this what Facebook? Okay, well, you still have that, and it's connected to Yolan. You're still using that. So that is fascinating, isn't it?
Protection order. So McIntyre doesn't care, but I guarantee you the courts do.
Okay, and here's something I've asked him, and he said he was checking into it.
Okay.
We built a fence for privacy.
Mm-hmm.
We're behind it.
Right.
We put up shade cloth for privacy.
Mm-hmm.
Why is it not invasion of privacy? Why is it not harassment for him?
You've already had this answered before.
And hold his arm up.
Somebody come by and video your property.
Every single day. I mean, when does it become too much after 2.5 years?
I'm pretty sure if you don't stalk anybody, if you don't have civil protection orders against yourself, I'm pretty sure if you don't take out your firearm brandishing people, There would never be any issues, would there?
Well, her math ain't mathin'.
No, it hasn't even been 2.5 years.
The cease and desist was issued May of 2023, and the civil protection order wasn't issued until October of 2023.
Yeah, so
we're in, what month are we in? April of 2025. So how is that 2.5 years?
Well, she doesn't even know her name, let alone.
That's true. Are we dealing with mathletes?
The aspect of doing that.
That is very true.
I wouldn't trust her, McIntyre, Crook, or Andrew Campbell, any of them, to do any math whatsoever. But when it becomes too much is when you stalk somebody, when you're found guilty in the court, when you're found guilty and guilty and guilty and guilty and guilty, and you have to pay everybody's legal fees because of your guilt. I would say at some point,
and I'd like to know where that money's coming
normal
from.
people would stop the behavior. Except there is nothing normal about these freaks. There is nothing normal about McIntyre or Levy County Sheriff Office. Frankly, I don't know how we even got in the twilight zone, but we're here.
We're living it every day, and we film for our safety and for documentation purposes.
I get it. That's stuff to pursue in court and civil stuff, but it doesn't have anything to do with any kind of criminality type stuff.
But they're
not for that.
They have tried their damnedest. Again, I think people were confused. The reason I wanted to cover this, because I think people were confused with the claims that, you know, this cop is supposed to be actually out there dealing with something that they did. But you notice it's turned into, well, why can't we get him arrested? Isn't that bizarre?
We have them on.
Every time.
And those are things to bring up, you know. Last time I was here to talk to you about that, you know, and how reasonable expectations of privacy are basically in changing rooms, bathrooms, etc., not necessarily on your
He's already done that. So how is that not wasting time?
When your property is not fenced in, you have no expectation of privacy because you're walking out where anyone can see you.
Yes.
Once you build a fence, that changes. I now have given myself privacy because I put a fence up to block me from all others.
You're 100% wrong.
Right? But again, that's more of a and I don't want to argue with y'all about it.
We're not trying to argue. We're just
We're not arguing. We're just you're wrong though.
That's going to be different.
It all depends.
Crook unveils their master plan to try and get Jeremy arrested for peeking into a child's window. So let's be extremely clear. Number one, they don't have a bedroom for the child in the barn. No. As a matter of fact, their permit has expired. They can't even legally frame anything in right now. So we've got that issue.
The child's living in a shed.
Okay. Now we got another issue. That window can be seen from the public view, anybody on the road. So good luck. Good luck. Even though we do know Levy County Sheriff has an open criminal investigation based off of this, with Fleesa trying to lead the charge, with Deuce going, arrest Jeremy. He's peeping in on this child. None of it has to do with peeping in on a child. But there is the whole aspect that this child is in tremendous amount of danger.
Yes.
And this child does need to be saved. And somebody needs to step up and do something. So Levy County Sheriff won't do it. Children's Services won't do it, or Department of Health and Family won't do it. Nobody will do anything. And as we all sit back and do nothing, then all we allow to do is the bad people or the bad things to happen to innocent individuals.
Well, you are allowed to express your concerns. And again, I will state I am not telling you to contact anyone, but I tell you the opposite. It doesn't help. Whatever you think on that, it obviously does not help in this case, especially. But you have the right to make good faith. That's the kicker there, though. It has to be good faith. And you make reports. And that's, if people are making good faith reports, that's the thing they brought up with Veteran Nation, for example. Veteran Nation, well, he made a complaint. Well, was it a good faith complaint? I mean, that's the question that you have to ask. And when I look at his complaint, again, I've looked at it. I looked at it as non-biased as I could, because again, if he's going to get himself into trouble doing that, I would want to be like, yo, you don't want to do this at all. But what you see within that stuff is that again, he watches something. He, along with that, it's not just the only thing that he's seen connected to it, but along with that, he expresses concerns. He's like, hey, man, I'm worried about the safety of this child. I feel that there is a need to report that. And he 100% has the right to report that as long as it's good faith. Now, again, they can, people are like, well, can somebody sue you? Yeah, people can sue you over almost anything. That is also part of that's the reason we see a lot of the ambulance chasing behavior. Not just with this, but we see it in a lot of stuff. But anyway.
Well, such as little children. It does not matter to us that she's male, female. She's a child. She's helpless.
She is a child. And it's always, from day one, there's always been a concern for the child. So for those that are saying that we are predators or whatever it is, so are they calling DCF and Child Protective Services workers and employees predators too, because they're concerned for the safety of children?
And here's the most interesting thing. They've constantly have invited Busted Can of Biscuits to record this child. They have allowed Busted Can of Biscuits. They've thrusted Busted Can of Biscuits to take her into a haunted area in the Chiefland Flea Market. And if you know anything about his past, dig, you're going to find out why he was expelled from school. He never graduated, and he didn't even get his GED. Why don't you go and look at this information? These are the same fools trying to get me arrested, and yet they're inviting a known person with known issues.
Well, don't forget Andrew, who's currently living on their property, along with the multiple other people that lived on their property that could have been a danger to the child.
Well, let's not forget that Lynette has claimed that Crook has done.
I don't actually know anything about him.
Landon, her own grandson.
Her grandson. That once she didn't get what she wanted from Lloyd, all of a sudden Lloyd was grooming her.
Well, don't forget Waylon too.
Waylon,
her grandson's
oh my
buddy.
goodness, the list
that was crazy.
Goes on it.
Your own
Lynette
grandson
has even publicly stated that Marla Huge abuses her.
She did. She said that Marla was abusing her. That was one of the screenshots from that newest video.
That has not.
Isn't that wild?
Lynette in her own demented, unhinged mind.
Yep. See, that's that communication about Marla.
I don't know exactly which window you're talking about. I totally get it.
And Marla what's funny is Marla just keeps walking the walk. She keeps taking it. She keeps eating the crap. It's so nuts. Andre, by the way, thanks for the 2 there. It's so infuriating listening to that shite. Yes, indeed. It is. It's infuriating to listen to somebody about it. And I know we've had a long live stream. I just felt like everybody's, sleeping or whatever here. I thought we could go through this. We could hang out, chill, and listen to this thing. Really discuss what's happening here. Because we could have sat down and watched a condensed version of this. But one of the things with Hales is that you can actually hear how he interprets, first of all, the original communication with the police, the background of everything that's going on, how the response of the police was. And then we're going to have, as you go forward, anything that goes on with the courts, and we're going to have a decision on that. So we'll see how that differs, because we've had instances already where a court, as far as protective orders, has 100% agreed with Jeremy Hales. And it's fascinating. You have these people screaming, he's weaponizing, but they shut the fuck up about the fact that there are violations, and in extreme ones.
I totally get your frustration.
Take calls. I wrote things. I put signs. We've already had the best handwriting expert in the United States.
Wait.
Look at that handwriting, and you know who?
I thought it was junk science. I'm confused. I thought handwriting experts were nothing more than junk science. That's what they've screamed and ranted about. And he is not the best at all. He has been shot down by multiple courts. He is the epitome of what I would consider junk science. So if you want to go out and you want to say somebody looked at it, you want to that guy, yeah, he's the same guy that told me, in that one interview that He could look at handwriting and tell that you had trauma at a certain age, and you're like, oh, I could see, you know, again, it was more of a parlor trick. You could tell why exactly that stuff gets shot down. It's so ridiculous, though. Her to bring that up.
Okay.
The stupid meter is going off again.
I figured he'd
Did you
comment, but
hear
man,
what
I was
line
like,
that
are you
just said?
kidding me?
All right. Well, she's copied everything I've said, which is typical. She tries to look like you. She tries to sound like me.
We moved to Otter Creek. She moves to Otter Creek. I buy a Jeep. She drives a Jeep, different kind of Jeep.
So, best handwriting expert in the U.S., except this guy who they hired. Oh, well, if that was true, if he was the best, and if what he was saying was true, why wouldn't they enter that as evidence in the federal case?
Yeah, when Randy asked for their evidentiary and their discovery, nothing was turned in.
Who paid for that?
Isn't that interesting?
How much would it cost?
It's beyond interesting.
His report wasn't turned in. Turned out this guy was a lying scam artist just like them.
David, the donor, did you pay for that report? Hey, David, did you pay for this report, by the way? Are you the mystery meal? Are you the guy who paid for that? Whoever did, do you not feel like you got screwed in the process? I mean, we were talking about potentially thousands of dollars. I would be pissed if somebody spent my money on this crap, wouldn't you? I mean, ultimately, like if you thought, let's just play a little game of pretend here. If you thought that the Hales were out of line, you thought that Jeremy Hales, he was all of these terrible things, and you were going to fund something, wouldn't you be pissed that your dollar dues went for that guy? Because I would be very mad about it. I think I would. I think I'd be wondering what the heck's going on. And you know, if he didn't fund it, somebody funded it. If nobody funded it, then they certainly funded it. If you know what I mean. You know, they 100% funded it. But if their money wasn't meant to go to, the royal flush or whatever the fuck it is, then that in and of itself is another fascinating question. But I would be very curious who funded that attack on Hales. That would be a really good question. You know, this person's indigent, and yet somehow, in some way, someone pulled up and they have enough money. Let me look at it this way. They have enough money that they can go outside of this, hire an expert that is just throwaway. I mean, again, make that make sense to me, because it certainly doesn't.
Forget, as we've already mentioned once, Deuce has not once has brought this up in the federal court system. The issue that he's brought up is, we know she did it, and here's the issue. It was only up, they were only up for 40 minutes.
3 people saw it, and none of those
they
3
didn't
people
believe it. They didn't believe it. It's not, it was Jeremy's handwriting. Not once.
Never once during the deposition.
Once has
Again,
that been brought up.
Didn't even depose me. He lied and said he was going to depose me.
Yeah.
Lied and said he was going to depose the handwriting expert. Didn't even do that.
No, he bailed on the case.
Some of the best liars in the United States.
Well, he bailed on the case, though. I mean, that the wildest thing, again, he made all these promises. If this were my lawyer, I would sue. I would sue somebody for what he did to my case. Again, I'm not looking at that from a Jeremy Hales or a Lynette Preston or even a BBB point of view. I'm just saying, if this were my legal representation, I would be so beyond pissed off. I mean, wouldn't you?
Not mine. Not mine. So we're doing everything that we can to beg him to leave us alone.
Oh, right.
And it's not stopping, because you know why? Because he's making $100,000 a month.
No, he's not. Close to almost.
Interesting. She knows my income, but she's not a stalker, right?
Not only that,
really clear. Number one,
have you turned anything
that's
over
not
with
my income? And number two, why is Andrew saying I make $200,000 a month? This is a rug addict that doesn't have a job, talking to another addict that doesn't have a job, living with
That's
addicts
true.
that
That's
don't
kind of
have
creepy.
jobs, that literally take and take and take and grift and grift and grift.
Not just that, that's actually dangerous.
Scam from others.
That's really dangerous. If you've got somebody, you know, man, if they are indeed all of these horrible things, right? And they're talking about, dude, you don't just look like a legal pinata to pump. I mean, I hope you take a lot of precaution. I know you've talked about, you know, safety more. That's why I make sure that people do understand. Again, I'm not trying to make any kind of statement that's a threat or more, but I do want people to understand that if you tried something with me, that I definitely have the ability to protect myself. You know, I 100% make sure that people understand that, because, I mean, ultimately, we've seen there's been 3 or 4 cases where people have been assaulted as YouTubers. Just somebody go to their home and assault them. There have been, there's one case where it was pretty damn bad in the last couple of years. And then there were a couple of cases that, let's just say, ended very tragically. One of them for a stalker. They ended up, it was a tragic outcome. You should look those up. I mean, if you want to see why this stuff is so disturbing, look up YouTube stalkers. I mean, just look at some of the cases out there.
Here's the moral of the story. Anybody can make any type of salary a month if they're willing to put the work in. And you know why McIntyre is in the position that he's in? Because he's not willing to put the work in to do something else. He's horrible at his job. He's showing the planet how bad he is at his job. Levy County Sheriff's Office should do something about this. Will they? No.
It is kind of
course
embarrassing.
not.
He should say less.
Unfortunately.
Take the report. Say less.
Take the report. Oh, that's right. He should also arrest Crook for breaking the civil protection orders yet again.
Here's a better question. If this were happening to a police officer, if this were happening to somebody that they cared about, would this be a violation? Do you think that the police officer would see this as a problem? Would he take the same behavior and say that it's totally acceptable when it was pointed at him or someone that he cares about? I would say absolutely not. I would think they'd look at that and they'd make sure that they made it very clear. If they didn't do something right away, they'd make it very clear that something would happen if it didn't stop. Don't you think that?
CC, he wrote a sign just for it.
Well, I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt at $100,000 a month. This is what he's making on YouTube.
Thanks, money.
YouTube, TikTok, which is now gone for a minute. Where I don't know.
Pocket watching,
man.
man.
But you know what I'm talking about. He's on every one of them. Facebook, he's monetized. YouTube is monetized. Do you know how many we are monetized on? None. We have none.
$56,000 fucking dollars. You lie. You lie. You have not monetized. Are you kidding me? They haven't monetized? What in the world? When we have, again, we have no idea the amount of money that is out there. But the idea that they're trying to tell you that somehow they're not making money? I mean, isn't that weird? Isn't that a weird flex? And they're doing this to a cop that they can't do anything for them. I mean, let's just be honest. This cop can't do anything based on it. They're just trying to, what this is the same thing that you see happening in the courtroom. This is an attempt to bias the police, to make them side with Lynette Preston. That's what I think I am hearing right here. That's what it sounds like.
One Facebook Facebook on my own and one page. You know what I put on my page? Christian crap.
Oh, right.
That's an ordained minister?
You heard it first, right from the ordained minister's mouth. She says she posts Christian crap. Christian crap. Is that true?
Does that mean
I don't
Deuce?
think that's true.
Does that mean Deuce? Now, here's the thing that I really struggle between them and Deuce. Crook and Lynette are 100%
That's not what's there, by the way.
Magma. Again, we don't get political. Yes, I have a political leaning. Yes, she has a political leaning. We don't talk about it.
Right.
And Deuce is the exact opposite. He is so proud that he is so liberal. These two groups should never have ever even met. As a matter of fact, they hate each other online. And I'm sure that they would if it wasn't for Lynette and Crook scamming and then Deuce scamming Lynette and Crook. Huh.
It was your wallet that brought them together,
But
man.
Christian crap? Seriously, I would expect to hear that from Deuce. I would expect to hear that from Fleesa, especially with the understanding of knowing what she claims to be. And yet this is an ordained minister.
I just think that's fascinating anyway, because pretending that that's what they're Death's Angel. I can say it in a minute. Oh my God. Death's Angel. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships too. That is extremely cool of you. Appreciate it. I love watching them fall in for people. And thank you. Like I said, I know we were doing a longer stream tonight.
Otter Creek, as a matter of fact, many of the
I felt like hanging out too. I think
Creek,
it's
they've
fun
all
to
had
hang out.
competition. How fast
We can
can
talk
they get
about stuff
ordained?
and go over this
Yeah.
mess.
Even Lloyd got ordained before he went to go live with his daughter.
Less than 30 seconds. Beat that
Yep.
Christian crap.
Let's look at some of that Christian crap that she posts.
I'm an ordained minister.
Oh, by the way,
myself.
she has way more than one page.
For
At
real?
our last count, it was 13. And she posts regularly.
Just to say, it's to make this clear too. And again, this is not any shot. If you think ordained minister means anything as far as your religious beliefs are concerned, that is not the same thing. But yeah, to make it clear, like how utterly absurd people claiming, hey, I'm an ordained minister, therefore, like that means something. I'm not only ordained minister, I'm ordained under that umbrella guy and my own name. I made sure, in case I ever did anything with it, I wanted to make sure that, if somebody was like, hey, come out, marry us, or something, and again, I was like, hey, yeah, I wanted to make sure that it was treated responsibly. It was treated like something that actually mattered. But as far as that is concerned, again, there's your proof. I have been an ordained minister since March 12th, 2025. You too can become one if you would like. It is very simple. Just a note. It is such a weird flex that these people had. Like Wanda said here, these people, they are crazy and they are stupido. That is true. Very much so. You are correct. And dropped 5 gifted memberships after that too. Thank you, Wanda. That is awesome of you as well. Very much so. I appreciate you all too, by the way. Yeah, these are the posts that are just the Christian quote unquote crap. I agree with Hales on the, we all have our political viewpoints, but it takes away from what we talk about.
I know, I'm just getting frustrated.
I get your frustration. I wish there was more I could do for
The
you.
other day, he scared the hell out of me. I was standing over there. The truck was over there. And when he drove by and stopped in front of my property,
Wait, now she's the victim?
much like he was right over the fence, and I didn't know if that was a gun in his hand or what. I ducked down behind the truck.
Whoa.
Wow.
What a lie. What a lie.
Just oozing out of her mouth. Do you hear the fake cries and the fake cheers?
Yep.
That's the exact
That's
same
them trying to get him
act
arrested.
She projected the very
That's
first
some
day that I met
bull
her on the
crap.
road in front of Brian and Tina's house.
This is what she does if she doesn't get what she wants. So now the officer McIntyre won't do anything. So now she's learned from the process. Well, she learned from the process with Wes and Crook. If I say he had a pew, all of a sudden they're going to arrest. Crook was in jail for 40 days.
Yeah.
Now, here's the interesting part on this huge, massive lie. Number one, She claims she has cameras watching everything.
Yes.
There are no camera footage clips for evidence whatsoever. Nor does she offer it whatsoever.
Nope. And wouldn't she have called the police, Levy County Sheriff, immediately if she honestly thought that he was here holding a pew-pew?
So here we go.
If she thought she had that, she would have had him arrested right off the bat.
Contact anybody. Said nothing.
She would have had him
Here's
arrested.
the other aspect.
You know that's what would have happened.
McIntyre doesn't put it in his report. So no camera evidence, doesn't contact anybody, and it's not in the written report. Wow.
Isn't that interesting?
Very.
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah,
Her
that
story
actually
went from he films us every day, and Andrew even said he's holding his camera out of the window every day, to oh my god, I wasn't sure if it was a gun, to how can he possibly be filming and holding
he should have put that in
at the same time? Which one is it?
Except she says, I didn't know if he had that in his hand or not. Except she's already told McIntyre every day he goes by holding a camera.
And
we
she's
send
giving
the
it should have been reported. I mean, that is
to beach him.
You wouldn't even know that claim existed were it not for the footage. This is why officers should have body cams on all the time. There is no reason whatsoever that there should not be footage of every interaction that police have from their point of view unmuted. You should not have a vehicle trying to keep up with it. You should 100% have the entire thing recorded. We shouldn't be straining to hear. It should be beautiful. I found another Bruce email. That's fascinating. I was going back through more stuff, while we're doing this. I actually have gotten to the point where these people, there's so much here. I would take screenshots and I will put it in, into just downloads on the computer, right? You can usually go through, you could find what you want to find. I'll back that up in case something, ends up getting knocked out. But most of the time, it's no big deal. I can always find that. Well, this case has gotten to the point, especially with them saying that they're going to sue, that I've gone in and I've made sure that I've reorganized everything where I can find everything. Because if they want to pull some bullshit about how they're going to sue people, I'm going to make sure, like Bruce again. So he sent out, apparently he sent out an email, and I've forgotten all about this, by the way, but he sent in an email that was just a filing on the case. So that's him again telling us to cover the case. It's fascinating, isn't it? We're going to sue you if you talk about the case. But here's the case. Talk about
where is that
now,
video?
Let's be clear that in McIntyre's written report, he states that I raised my arm to film over the fence, which is a complete and total lie. And all the video footage from Lynette's own cameras will prove that I put my arm right on my window, I rest my arm, and I hold my camera like I would, like any other tool, just like McIntyre has a camera, or excuse me, not even a camera. He's got a microphone right here. Doesn't matter if his microphone's here. It's the tools of his trade.
He also has the dash cam footage that sits on his dash in his vehicle. So Jeremy filming, whether I'm filming, Deanna's filming, Travis, anybody that drives there to film for their own protection, their own safety, it's no different than having a dash cam.
And they're not taking my legal right to film for my protection and my accountability, whether it be Lynette, whether it be Crook, whether it be Andrew, whether it be McIntyre, or the entire Levy County Sheriff Office. I have a legal right to live there. I have a legal right to go back and forth on a public road to my privately owned properties, and I have a legal right to film as I traverse back and forth for my own protection. And so do you. And so does everybody else.
It makes me wonder, how come is she turning in video footage of me driving by filming every day to beach him as well?
If she's not, why not? Why not Deanna? Why not everybody else that goes by the road? Why not?
It's getting to the point where it's getting old. It's getting scary.
Amazing. They stalk us. They harass us. They defame us. They're found guilty in the courts. Levy County Sheriff won't do anything about it, but Ohio will. and now it's scary for them. Since when have we ever brandished a firearm towards them? Never. No, that's happened to me.
We've never promoted any
well, and they
type
know
of
actually
We've
it's
never threatened any type of fighting word.
it's ridiculous too, because that 100% goes with it. Have they ever done anything that would make them think that the Hales might harm them? Has there ever been anything that backs that up at all? No.
Any type of violence. They got a free freaking fence and they're behind the wall. What's there to be scared of?
Pay attention to what McIntyre is about to say. It's horrible.
And I'm afraid for my daughter. You know, they had a emergency hearing. He got the biological family after 4 years, now 5. I've had her on adoption, to go into an emergency hearing in Sarasota County and try to take my daughter from me. And the judge said, "Are you freaking crazy?" And Hales did that. It's getting too much.
I get it.
Let him go write his report up.
Keep doing what you're doing. Keep fighting the good fight. You know.
Keep fighting the good fight. You actually should not be making. I would file a complaint with Levy County. I would put it on the record. I would file a complaint. These fucking people, by the way, put Levy County sheriffs into a lawsuit that was frivolous. They dropped it, and these freaking cops still simp them. Is that not wild? I mean, I don't get it. That says something is messed up. Cynthia, by the way, thank you for your membership. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership. Welcome to Tux. Appreciate you, Cynthia. Skip a truckin'. Thanks for the 5. Oneness ordained online by the same site on it used. American Marriage Ministries cost me $0. Took about 30 seconds. Yeah, exactly. That's what it is. I mean, for me, if I wanted to get cards or something, if I ever did anything with it, I would make sure that, you know, again, it'd be legit, because people can be married by Elvises or anything else. So if you wanted to do that, I don't know. But I did it I thought it would be fun. It'd be funny, you know. And I wanted to show how ridiculous the assumption that this person, they brag about it like it means something. Like it makes them someone. It's just like the idea of people calling themselves journalists. When people call themselves a journalist, oftentimes people think that has some type of actual meaning. You know, oh man, well, they're a journalist. I mean, they wrote for this or they did that. So, you know, there must be some kind of accreditation. There must be something, you know, that filters out. No, there's nothing. You can just call yourself things. And as far as becoming this, nowadays, you can pop online, bam. So it's
I wish there's more I can do for you this time. I really can't. I'm kind of out of my hands. It's higher power at this point. But I'm doing
I
what
wish
I
I could do more for you too.
Trying. I don't know. Hard to say.
What?
But,
what the fuck?
You know, hopefully it'll get better. I wish there's more I can do for you this time. I really can't. I'm kind of out of my hands. It's higher power at this point. But I'm doing what I can. You know, I'm trying. I don't know.
I'm trying. Are you fucking kidding? This is a man, a law enforcement officer, talking to a perpetrator, a victimizer. Court has said that. And he is talking about this is conspiring with the people that have been violated multiple times. This is unreal. This is the kind of shit that should be everywhere, splash everywhere, because this cop, you have cops, first of all, with the memorial stuff. Look at what they said there. It was insane to listen to. Then on top of that, you have this. You have them sit down and talk about, I'm trying. I'm doing everything I can. Oh, well, God provide, baby. That's not placating a person to walk away. They could have ended this communication anytime. But they didn't. They decided to keep it going. Isn't it wild? Cindy, thanks for the 5, by the way. What would be cool would be if 2 people met in chat, fell in love, and wanted you to marry them. That would be amazing, actually. That would be. You know, And then they were like, well, yeah, we're going to get married, but we want you to wear the umbrella mask.
Hard to say.
Got to.
Okay. So,
Got to.
Just send it out to Beach.
That would be crazy.
I have a case number if you want to come out of my car and grab it. I forgot it off the top of my head.
Fight the good fight? You mean like going after a protection order in Florida and then dismissing it? How about the thumbnail case and then dismissing it? How about the Trespass 5 case and then dismissing it? I've spent over $320,000 so far trying to get these freaks out of our lives. They should have never, even followed us. And he's telling them to fight the good fight. Listen, if I have to spend $320,000 to keep McIntyre off of the force so that he doesn't do this to other people like he's doing it to us, I'll fight that fight with him. I have no problem.
Well, you need to
trying
document
protect other people who can't afford.
You actually, for real, need to document this stuff going on, because at the end of the day, if there are police officers out there that potentially may be conspiring to do harm, I mean, it needs to be well documented. On the best of days, I do not trust authority in any way. I don't. I especially don't trust them in Otter Creek, though. If they want to prove me wrong, that's awesome, man. That's what they can do. They can prove me wrong. But why would you trust these people? So I hope Jeremy Hales again is doing everything he can to make damn sure that everything is documented, that he's safe, because these kind of statements are alarming. You're talking about people with the power to try to ruin your life. The only reason, honestly, the statements that I saw with the memorial stuff, the only reason I think that they haven't done anything is because at the end of the day, if they did, they know that they would end up in a lose-lose situation. But I wonder about just regular people out there. I wonder about them. I wonder how many regular people have been hemmed up by assholes like this. I mean, it does. It disturbs me. God, that makes me mad to listen to. I do not like hearing police officers act like that. I mean, it's openly happening. So it's not something you can say, oh man, well, Jeremy Hales was just blah, blah, blah. No. Jeremy Hales made it very clear what he was saying, and evidence seems to back that up. It's pretty clear. These should be things that should be taken very seriously too. I mean, remember, he had a victims advocate's family attack him in this county. This place is beyond insane.
Or to protect themselves.
So what I'm hearing is him telling her, keep fighting the good fight, when he doesn't know any of the background story. We have a eyewitness that saw her and Crook put up the signs. We have a handwriting expert that confirms that this matches her handwriting based on all of the handwritten motions she submitted to the Levy County courts. But yeah, Lynette, keep fighting the good fight.
And we have a corrupt,
they don't care,
sheriff office
with
individuals such as McIntyre, who come with preconceived ideas. Oh, YouTuber, it must be bad because it's a YouTuber. Does he feel the same way about Channel 20? I'm just curious. Does he feel the same way about people who write magazine articles?
Yeah, if they held them accountable, 100%, they would think that. Anyone that actually holds any of them accountable, I would imagine yes. But if they've not held them accountable, no. They're just out there. I wonder how many times they've done it. Because ultimately, okay, with Mr. Hales talking about selling property and more, they have helped damage this man. They have helped ruin his life. Like, when you think about it, I mean, it's a frightening idea to think you go in, you try to settle in this new place. And if he did not have any money to fight, imagine the situation he would find himself in, because these people would have fucking destroyed him. I imagine he would be in prison or worse. If he didn't document everything, I think that they would have conspired and ruined his life. That's personal. That's my personal opinion on it. I think that when he pulled out corruption, that he stirred up a fucking nest of hornets that they probably shut down a lot of other people in the past.
Terry Whitless.
Oh yeah, what about Terry Whitless
Or
in
any
Levy
channel
County?
news that does an article like Levy Citizen. Does he think that's the same thing?
This
Probably if they call
is
them out.
the largest medium news platform on the planet, YouTube, and it's our life, and it's been interrupted by these freaks. And McIntyre intentionally, deliberately, with malice, and I think it's very easy to prove that as you look at the reports and the video footage, he has a bent against us.
Yeah, but he has ultimately,
when you
though,
turn the camera on and the camera never lies. You see the reality of what's happening, and he's a horrible.
The problem, though, is that cops, they don't operate at the same level you or I do. And even though they may do terrible things, getting a court to say that they've been stripped of their immunity, first of all, you're talking about years to get anything done. Much dollary dues, like an insane amount. And you jump through all those hoops for years to oftentimes, if you do get past it, if it does work out, then they'll do everything in their power to make it drag on forever. First, they'll try to settle. They try to settle it once you strip away that. But getting it again, look at some of the things that they've done. Look at what it takes. That's why, in this case has been so odd, because we've seen some things that typically you don't see. You don't see an appeals court, for example, go in and do something like they did with the grudge judge. You don't see that. It was that bad. That, you get the feeling that a lot of this stuff happens a lot, and it does not. That's one of the things that is so appealing about this case is, when you're looking at it from the outside, again, I wouldn't want to be in it, but from the outside, you see so many things that do not happen in cases. You don't see sanctions hearings like we saw. You don't see lawyers called out by judges. You don't see lawyers refuse to go in and bounce off of a case because this shit doesn't happen. But it's all happening in one case. It's so bizarre. Or one set of cases, right?
Or I could just ask this question.
That's so weird.
Kid came in without food.
761 Levy. Can you advise the last four of my case number, please?
The child's angry. She's having behavioral issues. Always I told her, no, you can't go outside.
Oh, I found something going through document. Let me show you something real fast before we continue. All right. I want to show you a screenshot that I thought was kind of interesting, as we move forward. The whole idea of Bruce filing over and over again saying that there's no proof that Jeremy Hales has ever been called a predator. You remember him putting that into things over and over? He's never seen it or more. Well, if he's never seen it, then why is it that he sits in a chat and says things like, wonder why all these online posts calling him a predator like that coming out now weren't mentioned in the federal complainant's affidavit? Oh, well, that's weird. So you've seen them then, huh? You've seen them. That's fascinating. So you know that they exist. You've seen proof, and yet you continued in the courtroom to file that you've never seen them. That's fascinating. I'm going to file this for myself under Bruce confirmation. Thank you, Bruce. That's another weird confirmation flex you had. This guy, man, some of the stuff he says, he's like, oh, I know that this guy was called that. So thank you, Bruce, for confirming that.
Bad man's out there.
That's so bizarre.
It's idiot over here.
Yeah.
Right. At least Diana West is gone, or I don't even know where she went, but at least they're not having sex in front of our property anymore.
Do you hear the mental abuse of this child?
What the fuck?
Causing irrational fear, claiming that you can't be near the bad man. You can't. Travis, Jeremy, George, and then Deanna is brought up. Can you? This is insanity.
This woman is disgusting and insane. She told Levy County Sheriff that she has cameras pointing in that direction, which is towards Tubetown, and then the other direction facing still the 70 acres. If that was true, where is the footage?
Where's the footage of this adult activity going on?
Where is the police report?
Nothing. Nothing. Just like the pew pew. Nothing. Here's the reality. What she just did was sealed yet another case of defamation. Now, I can very openly share with you that both Travis and Deanna are pursuing defamation cases against her. Now, I can't guarantee it's headed that direction. I can guarantee that they are in talks with our legal team as well in regards to what has been said, which is 100% false.
Travis, I think Travis 100% does have a case against these people if he wanted it, because they have gone out and they have called him a child predator. They have. You know, they have made some alarming statements. And for me, you know, I end up ignoring a lot of crap because I don't live in a town of 100 people. You know, like that's a big one. Like when you think about it, when you live in a town like that, these kind of things get you hurt badly. So I really hope he takes that seriously. I don't know. I mean, you know what's really weird is when you meet these people like online, you get a feel about people. You know, you can tell. I kind of like how they carry themselves and stuff. And Travis, for example, Travis just seems like he wants to go out there and do his own thing. You know, be left alone. He wants to enjoy life. You know, he doesn't want to get involved in some protracted litigation, messing with this bullshit, but they certainly want him involved in it. They certainly want him ruined and destroyed. I mean, they have gone after him. And again, the claims they made, look at what they made were statements of fact, are just insane. I think, like I said, I think he has a case if he wanted one. Deanna, I'd have to look through everything that was said there. I'm sure they have said some pretty heinous shit with her. I know that they've said some pretty horrible things when it came to like trespass 5 and a few other claims. So I'd love to see exactly what was all there. Terry, by the way, thank you for 5. Angry? Behavioral issues. Maybe children learn what they live. Yes, indeed, they do. I saw that for a lot as a therapist. You would see the reflection of their living conditions. Yeah. Kim seems like that there. Thanks for the 5. I've been summed since the first Hales case. This is my first comment, right? With the government? Yeah, indeed. Thank you. And the police? Yes. Love to you for what you do. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. It's good to see. I'm glad you're calm. I'm glad you're here. I appreciate you. You know, it's been a wild ride.
She doesn't get her way as she turns everything into these grotesque adult situations.
Yes.
And keep in mind,
but it's how she's
all of this is exposed to.
Remember the way that she's done that. It's worked for her in her life. When you look at every person that she's been involved with, if something negative's come up, she's accused them. Now, again, I'm not saying they're guilty or innocent. If according to Marla, everybody she accused, all of these other people, all of them were guilty except John Cook. She said that. She posted that. So you're supposed to believe it. Unless, isn't that wild? I think that's crazy. But yeah, you're supposed to listen and believe, except John Cook, that was a mistake. But the child was mistaken, by the way. Just to note, it wasn't her that was mistaken. It was the child that made the mistake. That blew my mind when I saw that. I mean, that is what she posted. It was so infuriating. I was like, are you kidding me? So everyone else, you say is 100% guilty, but not him. Not him. Huh.
Bit of this. Anyway. There is no boogeyman on the other side of the fence. The horrible people to be scared of are contained behind the fence.
26, thank you. $2501-0243. Yeah, that's my business card and the case number. Like I said, it's just gonna tie with this. Yeah, I found it. There's no criminal aspect to this. Okay.
We would never say anything to him.
Just
Never.
You know, if he's looking for ammunition, don't give him any ammunition. You know.
All he was doing was fixing that fell down.
I know. I get it. And that's what I saw. I saw you. I saw you up on the ladder. I saw him down on the ground in the video. Okay, I saw it. I saw what you guys do. So
Wait, so
you guys, it's all corroborated.
Wait, so he's on a ladder though, right? So he sees him on a ladder. I thought Jeremy was having to peek over a fence, like. But if you're on a ladder with the fence at its level, how the fuck does that end up even making sense? Like, you think about it. If he's saying, "Oh, I've got to film," why would you have to adjust to film a person on a ladder? That doesn't make any sense at all.
Isn't it stupid of him to let you see a video which absolutely shows that we're telling the truth?
I don't know.
The freaking idiot.
It's called content.
That's all it is.
He's content.
Really? Are the violations content?
Yeah. I'm sure I'll be on the internet again.
There'd be no need to put
that's why he's no.
There wasn't a need for
the statement by the cop. I'm sure I'll be on the internet again. That's why he hates you, sir. That's it. Because it has become. It's not a transparency issue. It's a public transparency issue. He doesn't hate you because of them. He may hate you because of corruption. Who knows? But he'd certainly hate you because he has become he's become culpable. He's actually had people call him out, and they should, by the way. If you live in these areas, you're 100% allowed to call these people out. You are allowed to call out police officers. They are public freaking employees. Even if you don't live in the area, they're yours. And I'm not telling you to comment again or call people. I'm 100% not saying that. But I am saying that it is your right to comment on what people that you pay to protect us are doing. You 100% have that right.
Accountability in his position. If he had actually acted like a true officer, like a true detective investigating, which he's not a detective, he's a lieutenant. And if he was a detective, he's a horrible one.
Well, he self-promoted himself to a detective.
Oh, okay. And if he didn't lie in his reports, if he wasn't biased, no need. But the people of Levy County, they need to know that they have horrific individuals like this on the sheriff office in these positions. It's not okay. And so anybody, I would encourage you, if you have any interactions with McIntyre, by all means, you need to record for your protection. And it needs to go on the internet so people know. So as Crook goes in there and goes, it's all about content. It's all about, we hear this over and over again. It's so old. They go, they're doing it for views. Of course we're doing it for views. We want the people in Levy County to see what's truly happening, to see who McIntyre truly is, to know what's happening to this child.
You have the right to make content out of your life. You have the right to do that. It is an absurd idea to say that you don't. If people are inserting themselves into your life, which a court again seems to agree with, right? You 100% have the right to document it. But, man, these people, this stuff is crazy
know what's
shit.
happening in our life with these freaks.
I wouldn't wish this on
We
anybody.
want you to be safe. We want you to be protected. And when McIntyre won't protect you, when McIntyre will lie in reports, and you're going to see what actually happened on that day, and you already know Ohio is going to find them guilty. This has to be exposed. It is truly the only protection we have. I truly believe this. I think the only reason why I haven't been arrested by Levy County Sheriff Office right now is because they know my camera is running 100% of the time.
I guess he said that too.
And they know if they were to do something like that, there would be such mass accountability. There's always a reason. And by the way, where are the cameras in the birdhouse? Where are the cameras across from Tubetown? And Crook saying, this is going to be on the internet tonight. And yet it wasn't. Isn't that odd? It wasn't. And these fools continue to behave this way, to act this way, and put us in a position to where we have to film for our own protection, and then we have to upload it for our own protection. Because if we didn't, guess where I'd be right now? Because Lynette would be saying, he pulled out the... All lies. And McAleer is one of the liars with them.
Yeah, he didn't have a show for tonight. Now he does.
We'll see. All right. Anyway.
You have yourself a good one.
Appreciate it. Thank you, folks. Today?
Today, yesterday, I have
Just that one stuff.
Well, this morning, can you guys hear his gate opening by the time he opens his gate over there?
No.
When he leaves his property, you just hear but you can't hear the gate. You just hear his truck.
You're a diesel.
You're almost to the point of seeing what really happened that day. And I make mention in that video, they can hear the gate and they can hear the diesel. And Crook just admits it.
Mm-hmm.
What's he say? We hear the diesel.
We hear the diesel. And then you hear Lynette trying to hush him up like, no.
She's about to do that. Because every time I drive by, Crook comes running to the gate. I've seen him peeking. I have him on film, peeking through the gaps, through the holes.
Or his phone's over the gate,
recording. Constantly. They always hear me coming. And he always runs to see me.
Mm-hmm.
And what's he supposed to do per the civil protection order?
Go the other direction.
The other way.
Oh, but wait, I thought that you use it for content, and because you're losing in court and she's winning, and that you need it for content.
Well, hold a second. Lynette's about to shut him up because he's throwing himself under the bus. It's usually Lynette that throws Crook under the bus.
No,
no diesels in this.
No. We have cameras on the fence.
Yeah.
The camera points down the road that way, and one points down the road this way. So every time a car, any car,
that's
because of the
fascinating.
West thing, because of all of that, every time a car comes into my camera view, my phone goes off. So I look every single time.
Remember how he's
lying and saying we can hear his gate, so we go watch for him. We can't hear nothing.
Wait, they just changed their story in the middle of it.
Very quiet.
That was weird.
No, it's just
So they were like, "Oh, we hear him," and no, we can't hear him. Wait, what?
The video, all he did was leave that gate, came out, drove past y'all, and then just went to the front gate and went right back to his property. In the video.
So that, see, he's doing. That's going to Ohio.
So
that's going to Ohio.
Well, use that case number because the video will be attached as part of the report, so you can pull that when
He can drive wherever the fuck he wants to. If he wants to drive down the road, turn around, you don't know why he drove down there. That is absolutely messed up. And for the police officer to further this stuff with these people is beyond insane. This is nuts to listen to.
Supervisors, you can pull it as evidence. Okay.
There you go.
You hear that?
No contest order.
Did you hear that?
There you go. There
I gotta go back a little bit more. Sorry.
The camera points
Look
down
what
the
he
road that
says
way,
here.
and one points down the road this way. So every time a car, any car, because of the West thing, because of all of that,
He's telling them how to do this in court.
Every time a car comes into my camera view, my phone goes off. So I look every single time.
Remember how
he's lying and saying we can hear his gate, so we go watch for him. We can't hear nothing.
Go have him open the gate for you and stand over here.
Very quiet.
How can
No, I can't hear it.
No, it's just all on the video. All he did was leave that gate, came out, drove past y'all, and then just went to the front gate and went right back to his property. In the video.
So that, see, he's doing. That's going to Ohio.
So
that's going to Ohio.
Well, use that case number because the video will be attached as part of the report, so you can pull that when basically I'm going to write the report. Once it gets approved by my supervisors, you can pull it as evidence. Okay.
See, right there, this mofo sat here and conspired with these people. This is nuts to listen to. You want to tell me that this man can get a fair shake? Oh my God. Oh yeah. Well, first of all, I can do whatever the fuck I want to when I'm going out. If I want to drive down the road and I want to film whatever I want to. I could have forgotten my keys. I could do anything. It doesn't matter. I could have not felt like going, or, I mean, it doesn't matter. I don't have to explain what I'm doing. But he's found a reason to put him on trial for driving down the road and pulling back in. Are you freaking kidding me? And then he sits here telling these people where he should have already been done with this. Already. He should no longer be talking to them about this at all. Should have already detached from it. But you look at him, he's still there. He's still telling them how, oh man, maybe you can do that in Ohio.
Go. There goes the no contest order in Ohio because
They are so intent on knocking that down. See, this right here, I would definitely, when I'm bringing this up, I would note how they try to sit down with the cops and they are going after, they continually bring up the no contact order. They continually go after it. So, I mean, that's nuts. Oh my God, dude.
The judge.
This stuff is crazy.
He already just said he drove out of that gate, filmed us, and went right into that. It wasn't that he was filming because he was going somewhere. He did it on purpose.
Didn't he go somewhere?
This now proves it. We have proof.
This may be the first time Lynette was ever correct. This is going to Ohio court. 100%. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Now, she's very off, and so is McIntyre in regards to what happened. I left the ranch property. I went down my road, which, by the way, I own the ranch property. It's a public road. Regardless of where I'm going, regardless of where I'm coming from, it makes no difference. I can drive back and forth all day if I want. That's not the case of what I did. You're going to see in the video, I left the ranch house where I slept that night, and I went to the schoolhouse where we work. It's that simple. And McIntyre is trying to say that I drove back and forth, or Lynette is misinterpreting it, saying I drove back and forth. This is the same fool the last time in court who goes, I want to submit my evidence of her video. And she submits the video of John in the road, and they are both found in contempt of court because of her video. So now she wants this to go in as evidence. It's absolutely going in evidence. They broke the civil protection orders again. McIntyre is a complete and total fool, doesn't even understand how our property works, doesn't obviously understand the law either. It's a public road. I can drive all day on it if I want to.
Again, you don't have to have
made it sound like
excuses
you
to do
left
it either.
the ranch, the main driveway from the ranch, and then you turned into Tubetown.
What a McIntyre. What else can you say? And you're going to see what really happened in the actual video, which is interesting because McIntyre came to get the video from me.
The reason that bothers me is because ultimately it is not in their purview to talk about what I'm doing when I go out. That has nothing to do with it. That would be like saying, okay, well, I decided to pull out and start to drive down the road, and somebody they took a shot at me. Right? Let's just say, again, this is just some crazy hypothetical, right? Could you imagine a cop coming back and being like, "Oh yeah, but you know, you kind of made that happen. Why? Because you drove down the road." From your property to your property. What the freaking hell, man? Oh my God, this makes my brain hurt. All right.
Property, but at the schoolhouse property.
I hate these people.
Properties that are not connected in any way.
I do. I hate these people. By the way, Coyote Bait, thank you for that. I appreciate it. Coyote Bait, thanks for the 10. Tug tonight has been amazing. Thank you. I've enjoyed it. I appreciate it. You know, I've enjoyed it too. We've been able to sit down. Usually I don't have this
public roads to get to my multiple properties.
Actually, it's not even that. I haven't felt like I could do something like this until, because again, I haven't gotten past the medication hit. You know what I mean? Like that. That's still a little discombobulating. It messes me. I pause more than I mean to. And, you know, I throw some words here and there, but it is definitely different. You know, for a while I was getting down to I was like, man, an hour and a half, I'm done, buddy. But now, I thought it'd be good to try out a long
to my
stream.
Cedar Key condos, I have to use
nice
the
to see.
public
Like to be able to
roads,
do it,
which I have every right to, and I have every right to film, regardless if it's for my protection.
Also, while I'm doing this, just to note, this, like I said, you can hear me clicking because I've been organizing the entirety of my my files with Hales. That's how many hours. Okay, I'm here, and I'm going to say I've gotten about 20% of them organized in screenshots. I've been doing that this entire time. I was doing it the other night and a couple other live streams too. You could hear me organizing them. But there's just that much stuff. You think about everything we've seen. And normally it's not an issue to try to put together all of the files that you have in a case. I mean, typically I can throw them together and it's pretty fast. But in this case, Lord. And who knows, like I said, who knows exactly what I'm missing. The other day, I was looking and I know there's screenshots of Bruce talking about this, saying that he was a pro bono lawyer. I know he posted that, not just brought it up in the court, but he posted it as well. And I was trying to remember where that was. I could not remember. So it's kind of got me on a tear lately. I'm like, you know what? No more of this bullshit. I'm going to find
or not.
I'll keep it.
No, that is
I know I have it
for my protection. Of course, this is going to
thank
Ohio
you, Carolyn,
court.
by the way. Thank you. I love that, especially, a lot of people are still here. You had 10 gifted memberships just hit. So thank you for that, Carolyn. That is awesome. Carolyn, that is, like I said, that is beyond generous. That is awesome of you. Thank you very much. I love it. People that are here, stuck with it,
We have our
membership.
But anyway, that is part of that video. Like I said, you can reference it with that case number. Okay.
I'm excited by that. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay.
Thank you. Holy shit, dude. How is this not a conspiracy? Explain to me how this is not a conspiracy. Like, someone please make this make sense. Oh, thank you for doing this for me, officer. Thank you for helping me walk this through and finding a way to go after the guy that that has a protective order against me. So maybe I can knock holes in it, because I'm totally not stalking him. Holy shit, this is the craziest stuff. How is this stuff real, man? Oh, God. Anyway,
you hear Lynette mentioning a Sean. Oh, this is going to Sean in Ohio.
Yep.
This is a guy who has a YouTube channel.
It has for quite some time.
And Bruce found him on YouTube and solicited him on YouTube.
I think you meant Deuce, but keep going.
What did I say?
Don't worry about it. It's Deuce.
So he represented them in the contempt of court hearing, the latest one where they were both found guilty, right? Yeah. And he's the same lawyer that told the judge, Your Honor, we have no evidence.
As Lynette was screaming over Zoom.
I actually thought Sean was out of that case. No, I thought Sean was out, by the way. Now again, I don't know that because I've not hit him up. I've not talked about that. Really, honestly, how would he defend them? I mean, what in all of this stuff that's gone on? Like, how would he have won in that situation that he had been involved in? These people dig themselves in. They do the thing. You know how they tell you never to talk to cops? We never conspire with cops either. It's the same idea. So ridiculous there. Mama Bear, thanks for the 2. Aren't all the turtles dead? I don't know. I don't know what's going on with the turtles, to be honest. I have no idea. I mean, some of the turtles, the last time we saw video on the turtles, that was a while back, and there were turtles there. But again, I don't know. I have no idea on there. So I would hate to tell you wrong, in that, but that might be an interesting point if somebody knows like what the condition of that is. That might make.
Remember, she was losing her voice. I have plenty of evidence.
Yeah, that was a crazy.
This is the same lawyer who, for the first time in the history of my Ohio team's tenure as lawyers, received an apology email from this lawyer saying, I apologize for the behavior of Deuce, Lynette, Crook, and he has withdrawn from.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. See, Sean, again, I think Sean personally, okay, this is my statement. If it gets clipped, that's fine. I want it to be clear on his. I have not sat here and seen, I didn't see anything as far as him trying to defend them, but everybody, first of all, is entitled to a lawyer. That's the thing. You can hate the person, you can hate the lawyer there, but it's just like Helm's lawyer. Regardless if you like him or not, the lawyer's out there, he's communicating properly. There's nothing wrong with what he's doing. Everybody's entitled to defense, whether you like them, you hate them, whatever, right? Sean went on live stream with Bruce and somebody else, I can't remember. And they kept talking and talking about how, maybe it was MLS, but they kept talking and talking about how this Ohio case, that the Hales, it's this, that's the other. And oftentimes I think lawyers, when they sit down, they believe other lawyers. They don't think somebody's going to mislead them to that point. There won't be some hidden agenda behind it. So I don't know if he did his due diligence on that, but regardless, that was unwinnable. And that's not an excuse for Sean in that stuff, but it's just the fact everybody gets a lawyer. They should be able to. And he went out and he truly represented them in the way that Bruce talks about, pro bono. Give me a second here. What time is it? It's been what? How long has this been? 4 hours? Give me 1 second. I'm looking at the time. 4 hours. Yeah, I've got to take another pill. Give me 1 minute. I can feel, boy, when they wear off, I feel it. Give me 1 second. I gotta take my meds again. They give me 4 hours. They do. And it's like clockwork. They wear off. Bam. Give me 1 second. I can feel the difference. It's like, oh, it's so weird. Without that, I get my blood pressure doesn't equalize correctly, so it makes me lightheaded, and I feel like, oh, I feel very woozy. But I felt that, and that happened to me in the mall one day. So I went over to Mercer. This is crazy, but it'd only been 3 hours, and it's just a small amount of change, like 3 hours and 10 minutes or so. But I'd gone in, and I wasn't thinking about medication, so I didn't carry it in with me. And I should have. That was a mistake. I should have had medication with me, but I wasn't thinking about it. So I get in, and while I'm walking around, that stuff's, it wears off. Oh my God. I didn't think I'd be able to walk back to my car. I really thought I was going to just pop off like during walking to my car. That's how rough that's been. Still testing, still slow. Lord, what a bunch of fun. But I can tell the difference because, like I said, I've been able to sit here and do a 4-hour live stream. Part of that is, well,
he wants nothing to do with them.
It's
I wonder what McIntyre would think about that. McIntyre, since you're watching, why don't you represent them in court? You obviously do such a good job.
So again, explain to me how Lynette had another attorney, a free attorney, by the way, withdraw and abandon her.
Number 4.
How is she winning again?
Was there anything else I can help you with?
No.
You guys, Chris?
No, don't get sick, though.
I'll try my best. I'd rather not. All right, you guys need anything else, please let me know, okay?
Me and the baby. We can't even stand if there's children and the baby.
Michelle, don't get filled with them. Oh, you gotta put these games.
I have to.
Me and the baby.
I can shut it, probably.
We have to keep it cut here because otherwise you can see through it.
I understand.
Oh, that is
Officers are sworn to protect your constitutional rights. Isn't that wild?
Right there.
And they know who you are.
Everything. The birdhouse is a camera. There's a camera right underneath that YouTube button.
Yeah, if they've got all these violations, they would be everywhere. They'd be all over all over the freaking internet, would they not? By now. Jack's mom, thanks for 5. Okay, yeah, another. All right, thank you, by the way, for that, Jack's mom, as well. Can you tell the rate of channel growth for What the Hales over the 5 years versus their, like this channel? My channel, sticking with something, I should lose subscribers. I lose about 1,000 a month for sticking with cases, but I had an explosion of growth for a main, when the Johnny Depp case went really mainstream. So like for my channel, for example, that is not a good comparison. If I dropped videos normally, it would fix that. But I don't drop daily videos. Daily videos, covering, I don't want that. So for me, it wouldn't be a good comparison, but you can actually go out and you can look at channel statistics. Give me a minute. I'll see if the thing's working while we're doing this.
Camera. There's another camera, a field trail cam on that little post.
That's okay. You guys can just keep doing what you're doing, okay?
We are.
All right.
Trying to stay the whole way from you.
Okay. Have a good day.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have you been able to locate this camera in the birdhouse yet?
So she stated it as.
So there's a site called, if you're ever curious about this, called Social Blade. All right. Social Blade will allow you to look up any YouTube channel. Now the numbers and stuff it gives for money are totally off. They have no idea how much money someone makes. They can't, for example, there's sites out there that track super chats and everything else, right? But the problem with all of that is that they don't include memberships. They don't include they don't include a lot of things. Let's just say with that, but they do actually include, let's see, we can look at the last 3. This site, I don't know how many months you can go back free. Actually, they have removed a lot of the freebies, to be honest, which is crazy. They have a year showing, I believe. Yeah, no, they have 3 years. Okay, so if you're wondering about subscriber growth and more, let's look at that real fast. All right, I'll pull it up for you since you asked. This is the tracking of monthly for What the Hales. You can see the years set up in here. There's 2023. You can see like whether this is views, right? You can see how that goes together. So there's views. You have monthly gained subscribers. You can actually see that laid out over 2023, 2024, 2025. So see, this has not helped them. Like their claims that this case helps them, it doesn't. It does not help their growth at all. They still grow. They still put out videos. They're big enough that they still amass more audience. But it's not the kind of, you see how they were growing. Now, again, it comes in ebbs and flows naturally anyway, but they've taken such a hit that I don't know how you can look at that and, and say that it follows any others. But yeah, that's the site you can do it. Social Blade. If you were curious about any of that, just look it up. And it's a fascinating site. Again, the money and stuff it puts on there, though, is BS. They have no idea. The way that they put in numbers, they'll put in a range like from $45 to $13,000. It's like, wait a minute, that's a big difference. But their numbers are just wrong for that. But their subscriber numbers and stuff, that they're right. Also, Rick, thank you for the 2 there, by the way. Thank you. There's not a statement attached to that, but it is itself a statement. Thank you.
As it was fact that there's a camera in the birdhouse on Tubetown.
What are we, Hunger Games? And we have Mockingjays that are robots that have cameras in their eyes and report back to us?
The last I checked, no, that did not exist on Tubetown. We do not have a camera in the birdhouse. So again, consider the source. She is a proven lying liar and one of the best in the United States.
Why did I call? Keep in mind, Crook comes down off the ladder. He flicks me off. There's nonverbal communication. He's calling me the OCC, the Otter Creek Coward. And again, there's an entire Facebook page to match up with that. This just goes
That's
on
so
and
crazy.
on. The camera doesn't lie. This is what happened. And how in the world can they complain about me slowing down when they put up, is it 2 signs or 3 signs
There's
now?
a sign facing this direction and a sign facing this direction to slow down that they have children playing.
They post, Lynette, that I'm going 75 miles an hour down the road. So then I slow down every time I go by the property. And they complain about that. There is no making them happy. But here's what really happened on that day. And it is all going into court. And again, it proves that Lynette's a liar. It proves that Crook's a liar. And it proves that Mackinliar is a liar.
All right, let's
Unfortunately, it's time to drive past these psychos.
Okay, so just film it.
There's another gunshot. And did you hear the beeping of the gate? There's another gunshot. Now, off literally right over there is the hunting camp. And
well, and if you live abroad or something, I understand that with the situation like Hales is facing, that's got to be frightening. At the same time, like here, right now, it'd probably be bad to do this in the middle of the night, but if I wanted to, as an object lesson, I could walk out the door that's right over here. I have a berm behind my house, basically dirt that's naturally anchored up, so a bullet wouldn't fly anywhere. It'd go straight out there. But I could walk out my door in target practice if I wanted to. We are unincorporated. Somebody would probably call the cops in the middle of the night, but it would be because they think we're being burglarized or something. Because most people don't start shooting in the middle of the night. But yeah, I mean, if you've never experienced that, I can tell you, people typically don't want to threaten and come to your home and burglarize and try to do harm to you. It's strange how that works. You know what I mean? Like, people definitely, typically, you have people that they're more civil most of the time. This case is fascinating because of the way you've seen misuse. That's the unfortunate reality of things too. Just like with anything, with a car or anything else, you have idiots that probably should never be able to touch that. There's plenty of them out there. Sometimes I wish we could eliminate them by IQ test. If you don't have 2 brain cells to rub together, maybe you shouldn't have the OPP. I mean, seriously, some of these folks. Anyway, let's continue.
And you heard the beeping of the gate, which carries, just like you can hear the gunshots next door. Crook and Lynette can hear the gate, and I have to drive by. I'll have to drive by again tonight to take care of the chickens. I've got George in a safer place.
Good.
Neither of us feel safe now. The one thing we have to do, we have to pull the mirror in because the vehicle is so big. If the Levy County Sheriff don't have it on camera and if the mirror is blocking, then they say it didn't happen. I also have to put the windows down.
See, isn't it amazing, by the way? So if Hales records, they're like always straining to get a recording of it. If he doesn't record, it doesn't exist. How the fuck? You can't make them happy. They've put you in a situation where you quite literally cannot meet their requests. To me, it's a fixed game. They have created a fixed game.
No matter what temperature is, because if they don't hear it, and Crook keeps talking, and so does Lynette. So here we go. Let's hope we're safe. Notice all the trash. Completely
Look at the height.
Totally trash.
By the way, look. Okay, you can see right there where he's just set his arm on that, and he has his stabilization selfie stick. I hate selfie stick. I hate that wording, but it's stuck. It's a stabilization stick or a stabilization pole, right? It keeps your camera from bouncing. You're not awkwardly holding it. It continues. But look at the height of what they built. I wonder, again, incompetence probably is the reason, honestly. But if these people were smarter, see, this is my problem. They're not that smart. But if they were smarter, I would say that they did this on purpose. They thought it would be a good gotcha because they thought if they put up something and you could still see them, but then they could just They could claim, oh my God, he's filming us over our fence, which they tried to do. They tried to pull that right off the bat. You notice that was the thing from Go that they pulled. So it felt like a plan, did it not? All right, but look at that height.
Hopefully,
See, I mean, look at that.
I know Lynette posted. Oh, look at that, the Jeep.
I mean, you can see it perfect, and you can hear him yelling. Let's see. See if it picks it up.
They say it didn't happen. I also have to put keeps talking, and so does Lynette. So here we go. Let's hope we're safe. Notice all the trash. Completely and totally trash. Hopefully we'll be safe. I know Lynette posted. Oh, look at that, the Jeep. Crook's yelling. There you go.
Let's zoom in on him. What?
We got another crackhead living on the property too.
Like his arm was flailing up there.
See how he won't show his face right now? We already know who it is. So she posted that she's at the flea market this morning. She's obviously not at the flea market. There's Crook. You can see here Crook. Okay, so
anytime they're being recorded, what they're going to do is start screaming about the child. That's their plan now. Their plan is to scream about child safety. You have every right to slow down and to film. I mean, you have this right. Again, it's a small road. I fuck them. Honestly, let me just be clear about it. I record it. I would have cameras. I'd have them all over this property. I'd record every single thing that they did for my safety and protection. I'd have camera. My house, I would sprout cameras. It would be like a porcupine full of surveillance equipment. I just, for real. Look at that.
You see that? So he turned specifically to talk to me, and he called me the OCC, which he put this sign up right there. Nobody knows what it is yet, but this is another one. He just breached. And this is why we have to film. He just breached the protection order.
That's wild.
Again.
The OCC sign still being out there.
That's why
the game they play. See, they're playing a game with it, trying to pretend that they can't have a problem. And again, it's up to a court to decide there. But they feel that if they do get hit with any kind of violation, that ultimately there's no real consequence. I mean, if you were out there and you were saying, I'm not doing anything, do you think you would put up the sign OCC? Again, the meaning of it. It's already been established. It's not about motorcycles. So if you're trying to stay out of BS, would you do that? Peggy, by the way, thanks for the 10 there. It's been great staying up late. Enjoy it. Well, thank you. Yeah, we haven't been able to do this in a long time. I used to really like doing late streams and everything, and doing a long stream periodically, every couple of weeks, like doing a lengthy stream, just to go out, to go over something fascinating, and to really just to chillax, to chill, relax, have a little bit of discussion, talk about whatever insane case that we cover for the time, do a little bit of catch up on it and more.
The windows go down.
That's
why the mirrors come in. These people are unhinged, psychotic. And the funniest part is she literally posted this morning that she was at the flea market. Well, we can see that's debunked. And another lie.
How would you lie about that?
She's right there. Now, the dude that's there, that's the dude that was stealing Winn-Dixie food and giving it to them illegally. He also, if it's the exact guy that I think it is, which I think it is, he also went to jail for rugs, and he's living on the property. Have we seen this story before? Constantly. Oh, somebody else with rugs on the property. Oh, somebody else with rugs on the property.
It's just fascinating.
Rugs on the property. Non-stop. So what do? They have somebody else on the property because they are in such desperate need of any kind of shelter.
Well, it's just fascinating because they deny these people are on the property. So they know that it's a bad look. They know it. They know it's a bad look. I always want to see, again, I'm just noting this as a hypothetical, by the way, just a question there. The other thing I worry about with kind of stuff like this is, and again, I'm not talking about that one specific person either. I'm just talking in generality. I'm afraid when we've heard discussions about a hitman, you know, junkies are not exactly the most trustworthy folks ever. You know, and again, I'm not saying that people don't get jammed up for drugs. I'm not judging a person for use in the past. Or even, you know, needing to get clean and stuff. I'm not even trying that. The kid, though, that's bad. And if you're talking about some real hardcore addicts that could be brought in, not only they could be a danger to those, but they could be a danger to Hales too, because God knows, you know, they also, many of these people, they'll hear the narrative about a person. They'll hear how bad they are. It's reinforced over and over again. And if they buy into it, what then? What then? What will they truly adopt? I think this is right over. Let me.
That they will go, well, you can stay here if you do this, this, and this. Psychotic. Yeah, he just broke the civil protection order again.
It's not supposed to be. How hard is it not to understand that? If he goes by, if they think that Hales is in the wrong, do not engage with him. Ever. Again, he's not the one with an order against him. You remember, I'm sure as a kid, or in your life at least, but you know, when I think back as a kid, you know, parents being like, be on your best behavior when, you know, when something comes up. You would think that would be something you would want to adopt, right? Be on your best behavior when. It doesn't look like it would be difficult. Just don't engage with him. I don't get it, man. I don't at all. I do, because again, it's something that can be weaponized for them, but I don't. It's nuts too. Travis, what's up, Travis, man? Good to see you, brother. 19 months, man. Thank you, bro. Honestly, Tug, if I was threatened and stalked, it's on. I've been shot. Yeah, you were telling me about some of that crazy, and yeah, that's nuts, man. Some of that stuff. You sound like you sound like your life deserves a book, man. I've been shot. Ain't scared, but kill me before I get to you. Yeah, most who show don't pull the trigger. Well, I've had some. Yeah, as a parent, I'm more calm in my life. But yes, I had wild moments. I've dealt with crazy people like that. And indeed, if somebody is going to make threats, it's like paint chips, for example. Is that guy unstable? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, the courts have found him to be mentally ill, and I personally believe that was an excuse to try to get himself out of jail. I think he's got some mental health issues, but I think a lot of that too is, you know, trying to get around any type of culpability. But at the same time, do I think that do I think I'd want to be afraid of him? No. Fuck these people. I mean, you can't live in fear. They want you to live in fear. I mean, they do make you, you know, like I said, these people came to my home or something, I would assume they had the worst of intent. And I think that's pretty awful, honestly, because they don't live anywhere near me. I don't have to worry about that, but the guy that lives across the street from them does. He has a lot of people that depend on him. He may not have little kids running around there, but, you know, he has people that he cares about. Ultimately, they don't have to be children. Children, when people hear kids, they think, man, you know, that right there, that's a horrible thing. Well, it shouldn't be done to adults either. You know, it shouldn't just be kids. People should not be messing around. messing with adults either. You would think that, I mean, again, this would be so easy as far as lessons are concerned. You let the protective order, you let it expire without any issues. No muss, no fuss, right? I mean, if you had a protective order that had been granted against you and you honestly felt that in the wrong, would you go out and attempt? Well, would you go out and do what these people have done? That's the better question. Would you go out and attempt the direction they have? Would you go out and get all of these third parties involved that could, I mean, you know, you're telling people you're innocent, that you've done nothing at all, and yet you have these folks, again, look at the records on some of them. I'd be like, yo, that dude doesn't speak for me, you know? But of course they don't. They don't decry it because, hey, you know, they get their dollary dues. Let's see. I'm about done now. One second here. Nuclear Oyster, thanks for 5. Have you heard Kamala Harris is nominated for an Emmy 60-minute interview that was edited? It's not on a giggle. That is kind of funny. I love, you know what I like? You know, when I say politics too, what we should be able to do in society, unfortunately, we've got away from this, we should be able to laugh at them all. All of them. They should all be fair game. We just struggle trying to get through life. I'll tell you how crazy stuff is, like dealing with government. So I've been talking about the property assessor, you know, that came out, or they didn't come out, I'm sorry. They just sent us a mail telling us my house was worth a lot more now. You know, so my property tax would go up. It's the highest increase we've ever experienced, by the way, ever. I was looking through the history of when the home was here. It has never had property tax higher than it is in percentage, jumped that much, just nuts percentage wise, you know? So, they wrote an article because they did this to a bunch of people, and they were saying, well, it's kind of like the price of eggs these days. Everything costs more. So of course your house, it would be worth more. But the good news is, while you're paying for those prices, you actually have an investment. You know, like stocks. It's like, the hell you say? It's the craziest stuff ever. You know, so it reminds me of that, you know. I could see a lot of similarities in the level of eye roll that I got out of that one. I was like, oh my God, my eyes are going to get stuck in the back of my head. They rolled so hard after hearing that. Travis, things are fine there. I come to my house, I got a dry creek in the back of the ranch, put Kool-Aid, Bonnie and Holler lit everything, but the fingers, I've had people threaten. Okay, so this was nuts. We had a guy, the guy who I talked to your mayor guy, you know, in the clip at the beginning. That guy, Section 8 military sniper. No shit. Cracked up. You know, again, I'm not, military is a horrible experience for people. So I'm not, and I understand people have issues. I'm not saying it with that. I'm just saying this guy, you read through his record though, what you can find there, it's crazy, right? It's absolutely crazy shit. This guy starts threatening to come out and stuff, and apparently did drive to our town, drove down from another state, went, and I found this out because I was talking to the police about this guy mailed a package, and of course they didn't do anything. You know, we had no idea what it would be, by the way, when it was mailed. He made it sound like he was mailing a boom, right? So I talked to the post office general and everything, and they didn't care. I was like, man, this endangers your people too. Like, you know, if somebody does send something like that in the mail, I mean, you guys get hurt as well. You know, you should be on a alert for something like that. And I mean, they could care less. But I remember when they were making threats, I kept thinking, my God, you know, how dumb are you people to come out here like threatening to do harm and stuff? On the sticks. I mean, I was astounded by the level of crazy and stupid that I saw there. And that stuff, it doesn't happen like once or twice. This is something you'll find on YouTube. You'll get crazy people, but the level of crazy like Jeremy Hales has inherited is just, it's off the wall. AKA the cat lady. Thanks for the 10 months there. Look at Clayton. Yes, he avoids everything pertaining to Laura. Perfect example. Indeed. He 100% complied with it. And he was like, look, it's fake. She tried to hem me up. She tried to destroy my life. So, I mean, you're right. Clayton Eckerd went out of his way to try to comply, do the right thing. And by the way, Cheryl sent 20. Thank you. Thank you for that. Andrew is from Massachusetts, so it's accent. That's what that is then. Thank you for noting that too. I mean, it's just, it's interesting. He does have a Bruce sound to him. I wonder, like, I need to listen to some more people from Massachusetts, though. I wonder if it's just that or if there's a smarminess to it that also comes across. I'm curious about it. Maybe it's just the Massachusetts coming through that I hear. It is fascinating when you hear people from the same areas, same regions. But anyway, all right, we did a long live stream tonight. Tomorrow may or may not live stream. I'm not sure yet. If we do, I will see you then. If not, well, then we will we'll push it to Monday, So we'll see what happens, folks. But I do appreciate you. It's been a fun night. It's been a long night, but a good one. And we'll see you.